Alright, here we are. Hey guys, episode 10. Sorry about last weekend. I was at the Renaissance Fair, the Texas Renaissance Fair, or Festival, I think it's called. Biggest one in this side of the Americas, at least. It was really cool, very fun. Lots of fun things, but we're here for some Pathfinder again. There might be, on that note, there might be like one or two more weekends that I'm not going to be here because it's the holiday weekends, you know. In this time of year, everything gets canceled for the weekend, so should expect that. I think for Thanksgiving, yeah, I'll miss. Actually, no, I got my flight that I won't miss that one for Thanksgiving. But I'm also going to Midwest Fur Fest in December, so I will miss that weekend. That'll be my first furry convention. That'll be fun. But yes, here we are. Who wants to do the recap for Extra Hero Point?
I'm good for it unless somebody wants it. And that sounds like silence. All right, I'm on it.
Yeah.
Hey, I always figure I'll ask because I don't want to hoard it all, you know? All right. All right, so last time, in a strangely green corner of a large icy chamber, we were ambushed by a pair of large carnivorous plants that were apparently guarding a dead body that didn't offer any clues, but got Starnberg, our barbarian medic, some useful tools. We then attempted to cross the broken bridge that was guarded by trolls without paying them, and they nearly slew us as a result. However, we were rescued by the one that they called their master, the white dragon Halisax. Halisax revived us in his lair and revealed that he understood that we were seeking the mysteries of the material called Entropite on behalf, well, he didn't know why, but we are doing it on behalf of a dwarf friend. He, Halisax, established this lair in a manor to test people to see if they're worthy of the knowledge that he hoards. He asked us to explore this place, investigate it, and survive to prove ourselves. It was divided into a cold wing and a hot wing, and we decided to go to the hot, fiery side first. We took out a demon and some flaming undead, followed by some burning rats in a kitchen. And a stove in the kitchen had this perpetual flame in it. Tresser identified this flame as an eternal eruption, a reforming mass of flame that could theoretically be used as a exploding weapon.
Mm-hmm.
So we pocketed that, and we have more adventuring to do.
It sort of rumbles in your party inventory. Some hands could be, wielding that if, we were to ever use it, of course. But yes. As you guys are sort of in this sweltering space that you now know has been sort of dusted with this fire-aligned entropite that keeps it sort of permanently hot enough to be set ablaze, but at this point it's already sort of burned through all the material it can. Still, the embers sort of, ember. They do the embering. But yes. I don't have any more synonyms for fire. So, what do you guys want to do from here on out?
I've grown a hatred of rats.
I'll go ahead and take the eternal eruption then, at least for now.
Yeah, you don't carry stuff. You'll be good with it.
Just be responsible with it. Well, yeah.
Of course I'll be responsible with it. I'm never not responsible.
Listen, he has not blown up a town or anything like that. He's fine.
Well, speaking of being responsible, could I get some medical attention?
You could.
I'm asking nicely.
Not from me.
Oh, fine.
Yes. Hold still. Though are you sure you won't be doing this in the oven?
Well, suit is very sanitary. It gets rid of a lot of bad Icor, I think. No, that's.
No, it doesn't.
Are you the expert on these things? No, you do the fire and the ice.
It's black bile it gets rid of, isn't it?
Oh yeah, that's it. It sucks it right out of you. It's good for you. Spread some on your scales. Not too much.
I won't do that, no. But I will put your bone into place and fix whatever else is broken.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, I didn't drop that bone. Is that mine?
And due to your proximity to the colder side of this manor, you don't have to worry too much about, like, the heat over time. It's sweltering, it's hot, but it's not gonna kill you anytime soon.
Here you go, have fun.
There we go.
Oh my goodness, did you accidentally administer some morphine or something? I feel good.
Rask looks you over, like, suspicious about this, but he looks satisfied. Huh, not bad.
What's a morphine?
I was about to ask the same question too.
It's
It's the
some...
fifth bodily fluid. The body doesn't make it.
I just injected him with some vampire juices. It totally
Wait,
fixed
what?
him up. Don't think too hard about it.
I'm thinking too much about it already.
Wait, so how does that work, Stormbrook? Can you explain it?
You mean my healing? I'm a doctor. I obviously didn't actually inject him with any juices. That was a joke.
Cal, as you're standing out there in the hallway, roll me a perception check.
Sure thing. He's kind of just keeping an eye on things.
Mm-hmm.
I admittedly do not expect everyone to take me at face value, but
You don't notice anything out of the ordinary.
Alright, you all ready to go?
Sure.
There's a few doors down here to take a look at before we move on to the cold side.
Mm-hmm. And, yes, remind me of your exploration activities, and if you are searching, roll your perception check.
You want another one from me, or does that count?
No, that was the, yeah, that kind of guy.
Searching on this end as well.
I will be searching.
Remember, we roll these public for the benefit of the street.
Already, I didn't quite remember if it was public or private, because I knew there were some things we still did private, like knowledge checks.
Yeah. No, knowledge is still public. The only ones I try to remind you guys to do private are just like stealth and deception.
Which way are we going? Are we going up?
It's
I think
fours.
we're going up.
Here, come.
You notice something at, well, exactly where Cal is standing. What seems to be a loose brick in the wall of some sort. Between those two pillars at the end.
Oh. Look, we could start dismantling this place one bit by bit. Maybe you can take it all home in a bag or something.
I don't know if that dragon would appreciate it.
You'd probably applaud our
Sorry.
cleverness.
George rushes forth and grasps at the brick
You grasp it.
and pull it out.
As you pull it out, there's a sudden lurch of cold air that comes out of the room ahead.
Oh. Blissful, conditioned air.
Oh, that feels nice.
You realize that
Slashers.
many of these bricks on this wall are unmortared. You could continue to dismantle it brick by brick until you revealed the passage.
Sports makes good on that. He doesn't have a bag to keep them in, but he'll just have to leave it in a pile at the ground.
Don't we wish to check this door though before we move on, at least?
Oh, but it's so nice and cool and not on fire on the other side of this wall.
Yes, but we found such a useful thing in the oven over here.
It'll
Yes,
probably
it's
come in
great and all.
handy. This will probably come in handy in the cold half.
Oops, I don't know why I did that, but yes, there's a chamber beyond it. You can sort of see it through the bricks before you actually dismantle it anyway. Looks to be a chamber that still seems a little fiery in some ways. It's strange. You can't really tell what's going on in there unless you really start dismantling things.
Well, I want to go in the less fiery room. Who's with me?
We're gonna do them all eventually anyway. So sure.
It's 2 against 1. It may as well be a full group decision. And Sforce opens it up.
Might as
Okay.
well explore the hallway up there since it's open.
I want everyone to roll me a perception check. Or rather, those of you who are searching as your exploration activity, which is most of you anyway. None of you notice the slight shift in the warmth that's sort of being... At first, as far as you thought that this room was sort of exuding more cold air, but in fact it seemed as if the warm air behind you was being pulled into this room by some force. Something was absorbing all of that heat, and as it absorbed that heat, you weren't able to tell, Sforz, and you were the one that was standing there taking down the bricks. It's this sort of mold, this brown mold expands through that gap, going after all of that heat, and as it pulls that heat from around you, you are plunged into a deep cold. I need a fortitude save before anybody gets into the room here. This is what's happening.
Oh boy.
And that was how he died.
Not
And
Swords.
you, uniquely, are just fine. And Starnbreak, you were not affected because you weren't there, like, in front of it as that mold was expanding outwards. But let's rewind just a little bit. Real quick. Starnbreak was there, though. And yes, as that mold sort of gets into here, it doesn't seem to grow any more past Swor's space. You, of course, probably move back after you feel that chill. But you also realize that there is still a deep chill emanating from that space and that room further beyond. Even though it seems that it has some of that fiery entropite, it's cold, strangely.
Can, like, Swarz peek in a little bit, see if there's more of that mold or something causing it?
It looks all over the walls and ceiling and floors of this room. This brown mold that seems to almost bubble with energy, seemingly fueled by that entropite that is perpetually giving it that energy. That heat it so desperately seems to crave.
Hey, Hippie, can you tell me what this whole thing is all about?
Sure thing. Moment I stop feeling transphobic. Swarz would like to identify this stuff. Is that
Sure.
nature?
What?
Roll me a nature. You are able to recognize that this is brown mold, and brown mold is known to be this mold that absorbs heat. And because it is absorbing so much heat, it plunges everything around it into a deep chill. And, well, there are ways of removing it safely if you sort of, like, you know, take something to scrape it off the wall and sort of take it, like, off of a surface. Once it's off a surface, once it's off, like, it's like little mold roots or whatever are off the wall, it's safely removed. It won't be exuding any more cold.
Well,
That would require
There you
a
go.
survival check.
I'd be willing to contribute to that.
someone pick up a shovel earlier? I think I remember that happening.
I also have my knife.
That's good enough.
How big is the room, Swords? I can't really tell from back here.
I'd say it's about 20 kobolds wide and 4 kobolds long.
That's a pretty big area to take a knife to.
Oh.
Well, it would take some time to remove all of it, but it seems only where the mold is that it's exuding that cold. So if you remove some of it just to give you some room, maybe you could look around that room or do whatever you wanted to do in that room. But since you are there, and since you're in the front and able to see all this, actually, you guys can crowd in. It's a 5-foot hallway, so you can kind of sneak past each other. Anybody who wants to can roll a perception check to sort of sneak in there, or peek in there, yes.
Sure.
Yeah. I would be trying to get up there, but tile space.
In character,
Oh,
you
you-
certainly are.
Yeah. Can't
Something.
stack our tokens. It'll just be hard to see.
Something only Cal is noticing. Unlike that unmortared wall, there is a second wall directly beyond it that looks, well, mortared, but has a strange sort of seam on it that belies a secret passageway. Further within this secret passageway. Like one of
Cal.
those Dark Souls hidden walls behind a hidden wall.
Oh no.
All night.
Cal probably bumps Forrest to the side as he's looking in here. It looks like there's more. Look right there, and he points it out straight across. If we can just cut this area, we could probably go across.
I feel like it would be flying through this test of flying colors if we ambushed Halisax through his own secret passage, wouldn't you say?
Ambush.
Well, quote-unquote ambush.
Figure of speech?
Figure of speech, of course.
Do you think taking the passage will give us extra points?
Probably. Dealing with all the threats would also probably give us extra points if we were to, check these other rooms as well.
I do want to do a full inspection.
He does seem to value smartness and making your own rules over brute force, if I had to wager.
Yes, but he's testing us, right, to see if we're capable.
Yes, and do you think he would think us capable if he just brute forced everything?
Well, of course not.
I mean, if
Exactly.
it works.
Testing to see if we deserve that recipe, right? I don't think hitting things hard is what qualifies someone to have that.
We have to prove that we can defend ourselves, do we not?
I think Halisax can defend the recipe well enough.
Well, somebody get to scraping so we can check out the other passageway.
On it. I'll get in there with my knife.
Sure thing.
Starbuck hands Rask some rubber gloves.
And there's, of course, room for somebody to aid, if they also are a good survivalist.
No.
Absolutely not.
Forrest is going to have a little baggy handy for Rask to plop the
Cool.
mold in.
Okay. That'll be a success. +1 to yours, Rask.
Okay.
Alright,
20.
that +1 is exactly what got you to the DC, in fact. You're able
you.
to scrape away one section. There's only one remaining if you want to get to that doorway there. It's secret.
I'm up for it.
Mm-hmm.
Another survival?
Forrest keeps helping. Yep.
Mm-hmm. That'll be a +1 from Spores. Though this time, Rask,
Short.
you're just
I want to be
barely...
heroic. I want to be heroic.
Okay. Keep in
Heroically
mind,
scraping.
with disarming, there's always a chance of critical failure, which will trigger it or hurt you in some way. But here, you're able to sort of push through, realize your mistakes, sort of take into account Spores' advice and stuff, and clear the way. Give yourselves 30 experience points for that common, or rather simple, hazard.
I wonder how this tastes.
Please.
I'd imagine bad.
Give it a lick. I'm sure it'll work out well for you.
Spores, I'll give you 1 gold if you do it.
Wow, it's a lot of gold.
I meant the silver. Sorry.
Silver's pretty too. Forrest takes a clump of mold and tries to give it a bite.
Well,
Why are you doing
roll me a
this?
fortitude save as you bite into it. It's like biting into a block of ice. Or
Miss you.
rather, it's not the mold that's icy, but your whole mouth is becoming very icy and very frigid. Your saliva is freezing. You take 5 cold damage.
4 because of my resistance, I think.
What have I done to deserve this?
And probably worse if you swallow it, so please don't.
And
For
he
the
spits
GM's
it, yeah.
sake, please don't.
Yep,
The trick.
tastes like cold.
He's trying to deceive you.
I think he wants to keep running the game.
So, okay, Swears, you proved your point. Please stop eating things that probably shouldn't be eaten.
It's not the
There's a
good type
reason.
of mold.
There's a
Tristan was the
reason
one
I-
who did it first.
There's a
All the way
reason-
back when
Oh, go ahead.
we fought those bugs.
You know, there's a reason I try to keep Sforce out of my estate.
Does he try to eat your walls or something?
Yes, among many other things.
Swears, come get your silver.
Hooray.
I thought you were
He's
supposed
gonna
to
eat
be
it.
like the smart one or something.
Who, me?
No, it's Force.
Oh.
Starbuck looks very, very annoyed.
Just give yourself the silver first.
When I make the DM go, oh, I know I did something right.
So, yes, you are aware of this little, there's a brick that seems to be able to be pushed in, and that will allow the wall to sort of fall into a cavity in the floor. If you press it, of course.
Well, you've done the cleaning. You may as well have the honor, Rask.
All right. I'll try pressing where I need to press.
Mm-hmm. And as you do, as you thought, the wall falls into the floor. But it seems to quickly open up into a colder chamber. Not much colder than the brown mold was making it, but certainly another Entropite-filled chamber here. Though this one seems much more complex in its usage. Of course, enter the room to proceed. Where's my...
So Hasax didn't split right down the middle. That's good to know.
You bring your torch in, Cal. On many of the surfaces, it's sort of flickering in the reflection of ice across the wall and floor. You all notice that there are quite obvious cells. There are like 1 or 2 of these back home in Lyzak, and a little bit more in Durzak when that was the case. But, these ones, well, one of them is filled with some storage stuff, doesn't seem all that interesting, but the rest, well, they seem to have frostbitten beds, linens on them, little plates, and frosted over, well, chamber pots as well. Nobody inside, at least from what you can see.
What do you suppose this funny floor circle is?
Don't touch that.
Okay.
If you want to figure it
Okay.
out, it's certainly an
Really?
arcane sigil.
Ah, okay. I was thinking it may have been a cult
I s-
since, symbol on the ground.
I've seen one of those before. It's for playing Ring Around the Rosie.
Use a hero point.
Okay,
Okay,
Well.
never mind.
never mind. As Tresser interrupts you and immediately realizes that this is a sigil of conjuration. Summoning, because conjuration doesn't exist anymore. But you know what I mean. It seems, in
Summoning
fact,
circle?
be specifically a summoning circle for summoning demonic creatures.
Well, that's lame. There's already a pit full of demons.
More demons?
About a few days back.
Devils, not demons. Different. please.
Devils, demons. Posh.
I'd say that they're all the same, but we literally saw a difference. One was polite to us.
I would say we should probably try to avoid triggering this, or we might be having a very rude visitor on our hands.
Of course.
I don't think it's something
Wow.
we trigger. I think it's something somebody uses.
You can be well assured, Tresser, because of your natural 20, this is not an active sigil. It would be used in a ritual. It's not like some sort of trap.
Nothing set it off. You'd have to be very deliberate.
There are many other instruments around this room. Professor and Starnberg, where you're standing, there seem to be these metallic operating tables of some sort. Starnberg, you're a little bit more familiar with this sort of thing. This is all medical equipment. In fact, these little stands here seem to be IV systems of some sort. Intravenous fluid. You know, those things they poke you with and give you
Yes.
fluids at a hospital. And many other medical tools down here. Though you're not quite certain, at least at an easy glance, what their purpose is.
Well, this either was some kind of ward, or it might have been another place of experimentation. Given that Halifax said this was a vampire manor, I'm willing to bet this is a laboratory of some kind.
You sure these tubes aren't just used to like suck blood out of people like a straw?
No, you put blood into people with them, actually.
So why would there be a summoning circle in a place like that then?
Perhaps less to experiment on people and more to dissect demons, but
That's what I was thinking as well, but
why did you ask?
well, I thought maybe you might have some more experience in this.
I work with people, not with crazy science experiments.
Well, Starnberg, it is a medical setup. If you want any more information, you could roll your medicine check.
I would like to roll my medicine check to see exactly what was going on here.
And if anybody else has any other questions they think they could apply one of their skills to, just ask me.
Would occultism do anything here? Because, kind of
This-
conjuring.
Seems purely an arcane matter.
Okay.
These runes are all arcane sigils, more applied scientific magic rather than the emotional sort of inner sort of innate magics of occultism. But
Is there any way to tell when was the last time this room was used?
that would be crafting or survival check, sort of tracking footsteps or something like that. Or crafting for cracks and things and such, like wear and tear. But Starnberg, to answer your question, those tables and the IVs seem to have been used quite recently. There's some sort of spots on the tables where ice may have been sort of like a dust print, but iced print. Somebody was on that table at some point. And the tools themselves seem to be pretty mundane. They seem oriented towards putting something inside someone.
Whoa.
Oh,
Like in their
from what I can
bloodstream.
tell, someone who was working here, and perhaps that someone was Halifax, and that someone also used this setup here to put something into someone. And knowing Halifax, he probably put Entropite into someone.
I'm kind of curious now about the idea of maybe signs of how long ago this was used. And I'm really good at survival.
Survival or crafting, anybody who's asking that question can think about it.
I'm gonna do a crafting to assist with this,
Okay.
for her to check on.
I'll just do
it
my
or
own separate
whatever.
independent survival check.
Unfortunately, Rask also appears to be thinking of multiple things as well, which may be tying up his thoughts a bit.
Rask and Swords, you're not quite certain. Cal, even though you were aiding, I will give you like a tiny bit of information. It doesn't seem like, because of how the ice is formed, it doesn't seem like it wasn't being used. Or rather, it was being used while the Entropite was here. You can at least be sure of that. Making things all icy.
So the dragon was involved with these somehow, I believe.
Could be, could be.
You also notice, looking over towards these double doors here, they seem to be completely iced over with a thick coat of rime, as if to lock the doors. Sort of like the doors at the front here, or the big door at the front.
Cal, you think you could melt that ice to open the door?
It looks. How thick does it look?
It looks about a couple of inches thick. It's quite tightly iced.
If I can, it's going to take quite a while, probably.
Why don't we cut things short and use our new endless eruption for this?
It's a possibility. I wonder if it's hot enough to take care of, well, enough of it to at least break up the ice. And then I imagine if we did that, Tresser could finish the rest. We wouldn't be able to use it in battle, unfortunately, but there's that.
Can't you just turn the ice to water with your water thingy?
Oh, he can.
Well, not necessarily. I can manipulate it, but I'm not really strong enough to do a whole lot at a time. Like, I could probably gradually shape and pull some of the ice apart, but it would probably take a while. Unless it's infused with Entropite, in which case I'd be chipping away at it for hours.
Is there anything else in this room, like searching these other racks and boxes up here at the top?
They seem all like sort of ritual equipment, candles, lighters, and tools, and some of it doesn't even seem to have been moved at all, like it's encased in ice. So, nothing particularly interesting.
Sforz goes around and rattles the cells to see if the doors are locked or
The
whatnot.
doors are all seemingly unlocked.
Okay. In that case, Sforz is going to break into the storeroom and sift and root around their stuff.
Old pots, manacles here and there, repair items, but otherwise mundane.
It seems like this part is all for the keeping people in a small box part of the room.
I wonder if those other creatures down in the other room down there were a result of what happened up here.
This is what I was thinking.
Maybe.
Well, especially those corpses that were seemingly animated by flame could have been reanimated using the Entropite or something.
Alice
gonna-
did surgery on a rat.
I'm gonna try pulling at the ice with base kinesis.
Roll me your kineticist modifier. Basically your attack roll. Pulling on it. It's a thick coating here, and in fact, you don't get anywhere at all. You only overexert yourself and find yourself probably unable to do anything with it for the next 10 minutes.
Oh, jeez, it's thick.
We should see if there's a different way around if he can't get it.
Oh, we just blasted open with
We
our
might try
new...
those other doors we skipped over before in the fiery place.
I'm
Maybe they
interested
want to
in
stay
trying the
here.
other doors. But I want to keep this in mind because it could be really interesting.
Stomach just sighs and shrugs. Well, if you insist. Perhaps we won't get any bonus points for time, but I sure will make up for it with entertainment value.
Well, we're
Would
learning
he
about
even be
this.
watching us?
How else would he test us?
Come see if we're
Oh.
dead in an hour or two.
Maybe as your written section to the exam at the end.
Should we disrupt the circle or break it or just leave it, you guys think?
Just leave it. It's not gonna hurt us.
I don't know anything. If it belongs to the dragon, we should probably just leave it alone.
I am very much inclined to not mess with Halifax's stuff, yes.
Right now, our goal is to try to do this without anchoring him, I believe.
I mean, what good could possibly come out of just leaving a demon summoning thing around? It's not like summoning
Let's-
demons is a good thing.
Okay, but we don't want to incur his wrath right now. That's all we got to keep in mind. I'm gonna try this door.
Okay. Change this over to.
Open.
Where did I have the other one? Uh-oh. Da-da-da-da, here it is. You open it up, and you find a room just simmering with flame. There's these beds that seem to be alight with it, sort of slowly, pretty much charred at this point, but still simmering so much that there's a sort of a blast of heat that comes out towards you. That room looks very hot and very unforgiving to anybody who would enter.
Yeah, I'll take a look around.
Alright, roll me a fortitude save. You're using maybe a bit of your water to try to douse the flames and
30.
get you cooled down. You are able to.
I am going to continuously cast thermal stasis on him as he checks out the room
Oh, cool.
Okay.
from the hallway.
That will certainly help here. And as you know, your internal temperature is stabilized a little bit by Cal. I almost said KSI for some reason. Rask, you are, well, roll me a perception check.
Gladly.
You are not able to find all that much that's interesting in here, and even with the help of Cal and your waters, it's gonna be tough if you try to continue. You can continue to look around, but you're gonna need another fortitude save if you do.
I'm willing to give it a little bit longer.
Okay.
Rast, make sure to check under the beds. Maybe there's something down there.
Roll me a fortitude save once more. Again, you push through with the
26.
aid of your allies and yourself. Roll me another perception check.
Hero time.
Okay. You're pushing through, determined, find something. You, at this point, have given up. You can't find anything, the heat's overwhelming, you want to get out of there.
If there's anything in there, I don't know. I'm fine. I can't think with that much heat.
That
It's
makes
okay.
sense. Don't worry about it. It's not like there's guaranteed to be anything in any of these rooms.
No, this really isn't.
Maybe the test was to sleep on one of those burning beds for an hour.
Nope.
Okay, Cal, you go.
I'm good.
Another door to your south and then a door to the west.
Let's do the south door. I bet you this is gonna
Yep.
be the smaller room.
I'll give it a try.
Push open the charred wooden door and find what may have once been a little storage space, still smoldering. Roll your perception checks if you are looking around this room. It's not as hot, so you don't need to make a fortitude save.
Cal's gonna peek in there too then. 'Cause
11 ought to do it.
Well, Cal and Tresser, you realize this room was probably just a pantry for the kitchen. Lots of, charred jerkies and burned away vegetables and
Is
such.
this wine any good?
Yeah, there is a little charred bottle of wine that it's very hot to the touch, though, as you reach out for it, Tresser. You take 1 fire damage. It's just, like,
Ow.
hot. It's like you left it in the oven for a little too long. That's a thing you do with wine.
Baked wine.
Yeah,
I knew I shouldn't have put
it
my
is baked
in the oven.
wine. Yeah. But,
Should I
Jester-
apply some really extreme cold to the really extreme hot bottle you're carrying?
yeah, that won't destroy the
Yeah,
wine.
yeah. You try that.
I can maybe cool it down.
Yeah, cool it down.
I'm not gonna do that.
Burn it.
Mm.
I'm not gonna do that.
Chester, you can add to your inventory as a custom item just charred wine.
Charred wine. Tastes charcoaly.
Well, the stopper's still on it, so the wine inside may not have been burned in any way, but heated up at least.
pretty sure heating up wine ruins it.
Yes, it certainly does.
Yeah, it
Sorry,
would
we
break
didn't
down
get
the
spiced
alcohol.
wine.
But yeah, if a place is burning perpetually, you don't really find a lot of stuff inside of it.
Oh, there's a wall there.
Yeah.
Alright, big guy. There's another door here for you.
Oh, please, after you. I don't feel too inclined to open doors here.
I'll do it.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm braver than you, apparently. I'll try the door.
You open it up, and there's a bit of a draft of cold air. You realize you are entering the chamber beyond that front door that had been frozen over. Here, this massive hallway may have once been a central concourse for whoever lived here. And looking at it all, well, on the right side, whatever paintings were there are burned over, but on the left here, there are these iced over paintings of what seem to be, well, humans. Most of you have never seen humans before, but Starbuck and Svors have. They seem to be sitting on, that sort of general, sort of regal, sort of sitting with their dog or out on a hike or something like that.
These are the tall dwarves that aren't hairy. I get it.
As you guys enter here, whatever your exploration activities are, if they are searching, roll your perception check.
Starbuck is busy appreciating art.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I recognize this style. This is drawn by Pierrot, you see? Famous artist.
It's not neglected.
Spores, your keen eyes are able to notice that on some of the ice that's sort of like on the walls here and sort of like grown down into these like half-formed icicles, like big chunks of ice, like the kind of ice that you encountered on the bridge. And even on the paintings as well, there's this sort of sheen of ice on them. People's reflections are being, well, reflected in sort of funhouse ways. Some people are thinner, some people are wider, taller, shorter. But you realize some, as well, seem to subtly distort the face. You have these sneers, these wide eyes that doesn't look like it should be doing that. Something's wrong about these reflections.
Hello, evil mirror creatures, are you there?
Evil mirror creatures, what?
What?
Yeah, look at the face of the reflections here.
Mm.
Starbuck,
That's just how Cal normally looks at me.
Starbuck stares at his non-existent reflection.
I don't like this.
As far
Does
as you,
Cal's reflection look nicer than him or meaner than him?
well, as you're looking at it, you'd have to get a little bit closer to tell what's going on with them.
Actually, I'm curious, does Starbuck have a reflection in these mirrors?
Starbuck does still not. No reflection. Which makes you immune to this. Tresser, all of a sudden, breaking out of that mirror, or rather, the image of yourself in that mirror, all of a sudden has these icy barbs that sort of shoot out from inside of you in that mirror, and it's sort of reflected onto you, yourself, your form, as you look down and you see these little icy barbs sort of snag into your scales. That's a crit. Jester, you take 50 points of damage.
What?
Sure, why
these
not?
Spectral barbs sort of shoot into you. You looked way too close at this mirror that you were warned was strange in some way. But with the rest of you realizing this, and it not seeming to attack any of the rest of you, you're able to sort of move away a little bit.
Oh.
Cal's gonna grab Tresser and pull him to the middle of the hallway.
Me too.
Okay.
Okay, seems more like a evil mirror trap than an evil mirror creature.
I gotta say, that's quite an ingenious trap. Affects all of the unwanted inhabitants while leaving the vampires completely unharmed.
Just don't look at them then, I guess.
Raz quickly applies some healing, just enough to get him
2.
conscious again.
The absolute lowest they can possibly heal.
Guys
Ow.
certainly move away from that left side of the chamber here.
Ow. Oh.
Seems that entire wall with all its reflective surfaces is, well, trapped or even haunted in some way.
Why would that be in a hallway? That's so. That's awful.
Should we go back to the main hallway and freshen up?
I
We
would
can't
certainly
go on
appreciate
with Tresser in this condition.
This southern door, does it look sealed from this side as well still?
It doesn't look sealed from this side, no.
Try to open it up.
And as you do, because you're pushing on it from this side, it's sort of, you hear this snapping of ice on the other side, you're able to get enough leverage to open it up.
Alright, come out here, Tresser. So, vampires really don't like people in their places, do they, Starbrick?
We value our privacy. A message that this force somehow keeps ignoring.
Because deep down, you all want a friend.
I very much do not.
Tresser, are you
That's why
okay?
you don't have any.
And I continue to hope it stays that way.
Are you able to do anything more for him, Starbrick?
No, I think he's terminally stupid.
Wait. Hey. I didn't eat the moss.
What about
Mold.
patching him up, his wounds?
Yeah, I can do that. Give me a second.
A little bit of healing there. Remember, you can up the DC to get a flat amount of healing on your medicine checks as well.
I'm well aware it is a big risk currently.
Mhm.
Well, since that took 10 minutes, I can now heal Force and Tresser again.
Okay.
So, Tresser
Right.
first.
It's a lot better, thank you.
And Force.
Changes over
Hmm,
the
At
icy
least
side.
like moss.
How did it taste for us? I'm just kind of curious.
Couldn't taste
You
it
ever-
because his taste buds were frozen over. Tasted like ice.
You ever been to an ice cube?
No?
Well, you can try it now. Ras, you can make something, right?
I can. Sorry, what?
You can make a cube of ice for Cal to try, right?
I can make ice, yeah.
Yeah.
Why
I
would
was wondering how it tasted.
it's water?
Don't worry about it, brother.
It's water.
Perhaps I should be wondering less about how ice tastes and more about how we get past this huge mirror. And if I may suggest, as much as
Excuse
I
me.
dislike it, I can just go in and smash every surface.
You can always go through this door too on the left here.
Yeah, let's
you-
try that.
Are you able to
Really-
spend another 10 on Tresser?
I can do that. I can do that too, yes.
That would allow my power to recharge too.
I would also like to spend a bit of healing on me if you do have the time for that.
I wouldn't object. Oh! So Tresser
Uh-oh.
that
She takes
dies.
5 damage.
Yeah.
Ow!
feeling-
Ow! Ow!
I was feeling a little hungry, sorry.
What?
Nothing. Just a nibble.
No. I need that.
Okay, well, if you're
Yeah.
gonna do yourself as well, then I guess Tresser gets 2 heals, so that's cool.
Yeah, I'll be definitely gonna heal myself.
As you guys may know, a haunt is a trap of a sort. It is a occult sort of thing, or a religious sort of thing. Could try your hand at dealing with it in some way too.
Thank you. What if we just smash the reflection?
Well, that's what I was suggesting, wasn't I?
Are those both for me? Or
Oh, if it's
Left.
smashing you want, look no further.
One for Spores, one for Tresor, I believe.
Those were both for Tresser.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because an extra 10-minute period was spent.
Right, okay. So, as you guys heal up a little bit there, you have the doors to the left and that haunted hallway.
Although nothing says I couldn't just use. Sforce would definitely get an extra heal, and then
Maybe.
would. Okay.
Thank you.
I did 2 heals, so I guess you get an extra one too. So let me. The math works out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now we can go.
And your immunity would probably pay. Okay. So yes, those icy doors are not iced over completely. You can definitely move through them.
Starbrick, as much as I would love to see you try to smash up a bunch of artwork and ice and whatnot, you could just go around it, probably.
Oh, we could have been going around it this entire time, but you insist on going backwards.
We can't go around it forever. And besides, if my mind map of this place is right, we'll get to see what's behind that frozen door in the demon summoning room if we get to the end of the hallway.
Was the door at the end of the hall frozen, or was it normal?
This one is normal. Just fine.
The one to the north?
Yes.
Still want to see what's over here.
Me too.
I feel like it's more horrible experiments of Halisax, but you do you. You're free to open the door so you can get blasted in the face by them.
Well, I think it's good to learn about what's been going on here.
Maybe this place is symmetrical and we'll find some frozen corpses on the other hand that are gonna stand up and attack us.
I'll try swinging the doors open.
Okay. Well, you find yourself in a pretty large hallway here, actually. A lot more spacious than the other hallway. Roll your perception checks if you're searching as your exploration activity.
Oh, it's nice in here.
Way better
Well,
than the other side.
Cold, but looks nice.
Well, again, you see a lot of icy sort of chunks sort of lining the walls, sort of as if, you know, they're almost pillars on the sides of it. And again, you're seeing some of your reflections in these.
Are you sure you want to proceed for this?
Yeah, just don't stick your faces in them. We should be okay.
That was a misclick. My bad.
No problem.
Might as well try the door since it's probably going to be a corner room.
You try it. The door sticks a little bit because of the ice, but you open it up into a sort of wooded floorboard room with frosted over couches and a chess set, a painting easel. Seems like some sort of lounge in a way.
I hate the feeling of this cold floor on my feet. Yeah.
And Sforz, as you're the last one entering this room, you could have sworn you heard some sort of icy scraping down the hallway.
Hey everyone, I think there might be something following us.
All right,
What?
let's keep an eye out on it, I guess.
Cal pulls the door closed.
Very silent in here. The ice has a way of dampening your voices. Or dampening the echo.
I'm gonna switch to avoid notice. Wait, I can't do that. I don't have stealth. Never mind.
To look around it, you see some icy chests. It seems, Starnberg, that they were in the middle of a game. Roll me a society check.
About that.
Or, yes, sorry. Roll me a society check, so. It's a chess game, it's not that hard. You're able to tell that black and white, both sides, it's an even match.
Hmm.
There was no telling who could win.
Because going to try and scan the board and move black to a winning position.
Okay, roll me another society check. Yeah. So you got it above a 10. You do move it to a place that you're pretty confident. Gets you closer to a check at some point. You'll never know.
Horse comes up and tries to move white to a winning position.
Roll me a society check. You
Darn.
only put yourself in another sort of worse position for your rook to be taken by Starnberg pretty easily.
As much as I would like to continue this, I feel like there's more important business to be had.
No,
Is there
no,
a-
no, no. Keep going.
Is there a
I
book
was
over
about to
here?
win.
There is a book. Its pages sort of brimmed with ice. You can see on, well, the top of it, or the pages that are open at the very least, it seems to be some sort of treatise on animals of the north.
Oh, I like that.
What is that weird fuzzy thing?
What weird fuzzy thing?
You said it was like something describing animals of the north.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
book.
want to read about animals. This is cool.
I thought it was like a picture or something.
Do you flip through it?
Yeah.
As you
I
attempt to
over
flip
your
through
shoulder.
it, the icily brittle pages fall apart.
I cry a little bit.
No.
I don't know what you were expecting to happen.
I
There
get
is.
kind of shifty-eyed for a moment, and I try picking up the book and slipping it into my pack.
Okay, the pieces, the sort of shards of a book. Pick up a few of them, put them in your pack.
Oh,
Professor,
well, I mean, if I'm picking up just like literally shards of a book, like I think maybe just a page fell apart or something.
I mean, it's really hard to handle. Like either there's a big chunk of pages that are all stuck together, or yeah, I will say that one page sort of fell out and sort of shattered in a way, but the rest of it is like chunked together because it's all fused by the ice. So yeah, you can take it.
Okay. If not, I'm not really expecting much, but I figure it would be interesting for Rest to look through. If it's possible to look through when it thaws, it might be completely water damaged. I don't know.
Cal, as you enter the room and as your allies are goofing around, roll me another perception check.
Yes, he's looking carefully for things that aren't board games or the like.
Well,
But he's probably
since
distracted though.
yeah, you are a bit distracted right now.
Use a hero point.
You once again, this time, almost like ice against ice, scratching against itself in a sort of rhythmic way, like shh, shh, shh. Closer and closer to this door on your right.
I think I hear that noise again, guys. I think they're coming here, whatever it is.
Cool. I think I'm up for a bit of a rumble.
Shall we give them a
Think
welcome
you're
in that
done?
case?
Okay. So, you all watch as the door's handle slowly sort of cracks to the side, and peeking through the crack of the door as it's just barely opened is this long, gangly couple of fingers of ice as they sort of slowly wrap themselves on the edge of the door. It opens it up, and you see this massive creature made of pure ice, but with these red or yellow, almost ember like eyes, and very long, spiky hands, fingers for hands. Or, well, yeah, it's spiky, like Edward Scissorhands.
Cal
And-
steps back from this door.
Since you guys are waiting
This is
here,
horrifying.
I want
Looks
your
like a death claw
initiatives.
made of ice.
Pretty much. You guys did
Since
not
we knew it was
try to run
coming,
away from it at all.
and we could see it before as combat starts,
Mhm.
may I roll esoteric lore as initiative?
Yes, you may prepare yourselves however you wish, which means you can sort of use any initiative type you want, as long as it makes sense.
Awesome.
I
Figured
think
I'd
this is the
ask.
part where we realize this is an extreme encounter and we have to run.
Well, I'm not beating that. Not without a. Well, actually, no. I'm just not beating that.
Really hard to scare you guys. You're just like, oh yeah, we'll fight this thing.
Well, I
it-
mean,
it's
now that we
tense,
see it, it's
tense,
like,
I'm
oh.
cautious.
As it slowly approaches, it slowly opens the door. As you guys sort of tentatively make yourselves ready, it immediately sort of slings the door wide, screeches out, and immediately sort of pushes its way into the room. As a large creature going through a 5-foot space, it's only difficult terrain for it, which means a centaur can play Abomination Vaults.
Oh no.
But let me find some music. We'll do this one.
This thing's huge.
I'll play a centaur rogue one of these days.
As it pushes in, it is going to slice directly at Starnberg. To start. 12 on the dice. It will certainly hit that. As these icy claws rake into you, they leave behind this rime that continues to persistently, well, burn with a sort of frostbite. Then it sort of slings it around towards Cal using its other sort of set of claws, though it's a little bit clumsy. It's not very agile with these. Which is surprising. Usually creatures with claws are agile with them. This will also hit Cal. For maximum damage, 18 there. It's a flurry,
Oh my gosh.
a blizzard. Creature born of it enters the room, slices into both of you. Starnberg, we start with you.
So what's the plan? Shall we try and fight it, or do we just outmaneuver it?
Well, if we go through doors, it won't be able to chase us, but we also don't know what's in the area. Let's see how we can hit it and keep our distance if we can.
Hit.
It's hard to keep a different distance in here, I think.
Well, Starbuck is definitely gonna try and hit it. By first fainting.
Shift to the side, trying to get this creature unawares, but it seems quite perceptive.
Well, I've done all I can. I am going to strike at it.
Nothing a mace can't slam into. You certainly hit with Griffin Cane. Sort of four-pronged maul. For 12 damage, but as it is hit by that maul of yours, it shatters. Its sort of outer coating of ice sort of explodes into the room in a flurry, sort of a blizzard almost. So, 5-foot emanation out from it, which should be these spaces. I need a reflex save from Starnberg, Tresser, and Cal. All of a sudden, you are in this squall of ice shards and crystals.
I'm sorry.
This is scary.
Oh boy.
Cal succeeds. Starnberg succeeds. Tresser, reflex save on you.
I got a 15.
It didn't show on my end. Does it show for anybody else?
Yes, I see it.
No.
Ah, so
I don't see it.
it got eaten by lag. But if you say
Yeah.
15, I will trust you. And Cal.
Yeah, trust me, because it's definitely a failure.
You take 6 points of damage from that as the
no.
blizzard sort of slices into you.
Whatever will I do?
And you guys, Starnberg and Cal, take 3. Also, Tresser, some of it gets into your eyes. You are blinded for a round.
No!
Oh god.
It seemed to exert some sort of effort to do that, though, to cast off this ice, and it already seems to be reforming on its body as well.
My final action is gonna be one step back.
Okay, so you sort of push over the icy chest table there. The chess pieces clatter to the ground, some of them shattering because they're so infused with ice. Cal, your turn.
So it sounds like that explodey thing was a reaction, question mark?
Yes, that is the implication.
Gotcha.
So it doesn't always explode when you hit it. Starberg
Well.
sort of chilled there. Cal?
one moment. I'm going to stride or Rask, your healing is touch, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to stride.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just going to begin with the needle darts, actually.
All right. Send these darts out towards it, clattering into it. Let's see. It's able to sort of like throw them aside with a long arm.
Be careful, guys. This, good luck. That's my turn.
Okay. Spores, over to you.
All right. What's the skill to recall knowledge on this thing?
That would be Arcana or Nature.
Ah, wonderful. I'm gonna go for head for the recall knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna reroll that.
Yeah, unfortunately you wouldn't be able to tell much from that unless you did. A lot better of a roll. This is a Blizzard-born. They are elementals, in fact, infused with water. Or like icy elementals, essentially. What do you want to know? One thing about them.
I'd like to know their highest save.
Their highest save is going to be their Fortitude.
Gotcha.
Big, strong
Okay.
creature.
That helps. And I imagine Rask might have something to do about its elemental nature on his turn.
Mm-hmm.
Either way, Force claps his hands, and between them forms a statically charged specter of an albatross. I curse you with bird.
Albatross.
Okay. I'll roll its will save.
You don't have to roll the will save until it
yes.
strikes the bird.
Okay, but since that one is in your favor, I'm going to keep that. Whenever he
Mhm.
does. Alright, the albatross is sort of flying around it. It's causing it some problems as, well, it's distracted by it. It gives everyone a +1 bonus. So everybody basically drag that effect, albatross curse, onto yourselves?
Is that how it works? I like,
Yeah, you gain a +1 circumstance bonus against the target.
yeah.
I know it's a little
It's
weird to put
weird.
the spell effect curse on yourself. You have one more action.
I recall knowledge and then I use albatross
recall
curse.
knowledge, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, Trezor, you're blinded for the round.
Alrighty, so I'm looking over exploit vulnerability, and it says nothing about being able to see a creature. Just
Correct. You
identify.
you still are targeting a creature though, so you have to do a DC 11 flat check.
Okay, start with that.
10. Unfortunately, actually no, this wouldn't make any sense. You're thinking, you're using your
Yeah.
esoteric knowledge. So yeah, you would be able to do it. Sure.
Okay, I'm going to start with the exploit vulnerability to learn more about the creature and perhaps, well, have that knowledge.
Mm-hmm. Go for it. Did you do it? Oh, there
There
it
we are.
is. So yes,
It
a
is
success.
weak Fire.
Weak to fire. Mm-hmm. And since you succeeded, what else do you want to know? One thing.
What's the lowest save?
Lowest save is his reflex. It's a lumbering creature.
Alrighty, I have 2 more actions. I do get a +1 to attack, so I'm going to go ahead and try to make a strike.
Okay. Just DC 11 flat check.
Go ahead and do that so I can be disappointed.
Mm-hmm. We succeed on that.
Time to make that roll.
An 18 will certainly hit it. Roll a damage.
Does that have the... That doesn't have Albatross Curse. Would 28 be a crit?
No, it would not.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll keep track of that then. It doesn't seem to be adding it automatically.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Minimum damage.
Oopsie.
But hey, you smack into it and trigger its weakness because of the mortal weakness.
And for my last action, I'm going to step away.
Okay. Rask.
Does my blindness go away at the end of its turn?
At the end of its turn, yes. Or at the beginning of its turn, actually.
Ah, okay.
For round effects.
Okay, so starting off with an Ocean's Balm on Cal.
Actually, it'd be on Starnberg's turn because that's the start point of the round timer. Alright, good healing on Cal.
And then I'll toss in a fire grenade.
Okay. From one of those dwarves. Still keeping it with you.
This is why I brought him.
Misses by 1, but...
Does it miss by 1?
Yes, oh, actually, it does not. Yes, because the
Albatross.
albatross hasn't gotten rid of it just yet. Mm-hmm. 5 damage there. Adds some weakness value to it. It hurts. Melts some of the ice that makes its form.
There's 3 actions.
Okay. On to its turn. Well, first things first, it's really distracted by that bird. It will swipe at it. It will get rid of it automatically, but it takes the failure effect of it because I rolled that will save earlier. And the failure effect is it hangs around a cord from the target's neck for 1 minute, cursing them for their charges. During this time, the target must roll twice and take the worst result of their next will saving throw. That's pretty impressive. Okay.
Yeah.
So disadvantage on will saves.
So what a spicy new
Oh,
spells.
the next will save.
It will then take a step here because it doesn't have reach, and will go after spores because it's angry about this, well, curse.
Uh-oh.
Claws swipe into you, scratching against the wall and you. Dealing quite a bit here. Not actually quite a bit. 9, but still keeps that rime and that frost on you, that persistent cold.
I
Chilly.
think my cold resistance isn't triggering, question mark?
Well, it wouldn't trigger right now because it's only persistent cold. So that'll
Oh, it's
happen at
persistent
the
cold,
end of your
right.
turn.
Gotcha.
Oh, and it is on fire from the grenade, so it's going to take persistent... This is where, of course, alchemists, or persistent damage is terrible in weakness creatures. They burn a lot.
I love this.
Sternberg.
That's exactly why I took those.
Well, given how the situation is looking, Starbuck is gonna maneuver around this monster and gonna try and go for a sneak attack.
Mhm.
Hey,
Not
isn't
a
it
sneak
gonna,
attack,
like,
Oh,
explode
can
all over
see.
us?
why is I'm not blind anymore.
It goes away at the turn it started, which was Starmerk's turn. But yes.
What am I supposed to do if I can't attack it?
No.
You guys
I
did
mean,
well
you
on
could,
the
like,
first
delay
one.
your... You could delay your turn until we all, like, move out of it. Or everyone outside of melee range.
I could also just, I'm gonna battle medicine myself first.
Mm-hmm.
So let me just treat my own wounds there.
Get your looms over you all, taking up nearly the full room. Slow swiping strikes as you're trying to evade it. And Stormbreak, you sort of duck away and sort of reset your arm after, or cover up some of the icy wounds.
Instead of fainting, I'm gonna try and trip it, actually.
Okay. Nine of the dice. Unfortunately, the 9, you're not going to be able to trip it. It's close, it's teetering, but it's not there.
Dang.
Have hero points. Speaking of, everyone give yourself a hero point because you've been doing good roleplay as well.
Yippee.
Thank you.
I will hero point that, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Never mind.
Alright, still, you're not able to topple this thing. One more action. Alright, no, you medicined.
I also moved, yeah.
Okay. The ice still hurts you a little bit. Cal?
I'm going to unleash Psyche. I'm going to get in the zone.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to step up next to it. Starbrick, sorry. And Cal is going to breathe out a huge wave of fire.
Okay.
This is fine.
Your mind sees the hot and cold of this place, sees the potentialities of all of it. Sort of warps the air so that this incredible heat shoots out from your maw.
Asshole,
would
would you
actually
guys say
affect
sorry to me too?
Messing with your fire's fears. It's fine, don't worry about it.
Certainly fails, and Starbrick, yes, you are unaffected because of how cones work.
You're welcome for the
Really good
knowledge on
roll.
this.
Holy.
Reflex being bad. Whoa, that's some good damage.
As it takes 27 of that, its form sort of is erupted in flame. A lot of it is melting and sloughing off. One of its horns falls out from it. Still fighting. That'll be your turn.
It's all 3 actions. Yep. Finish
Of
it
course.
off. You've got this.
I hear lowest save reflex. I zap zap.
Mm-hmm.
Type of surge.
Reflex save once again. This time, though, rolls really well, but even then, not a crit.
Darn.
So it'll take half the damage. Not maybe that bad. On 2d12s. 8 damage there. It's still holding up.
Alright, Spores can sort of see the writing on the wall and moves outside of Blizzard-born exploding range. Just for now.
Mm-hmm.
That's all first turn.
Tresser, over to you.
Oh joy, I have a flank. Gonna go for a strike.
Mm-hmm. That will definitely not hit. In fact, misses by 1.
That.
You don't have a flank, by the way. Stormbrook isn't at the other
Oh.
corner.
Yeah,
Oh,
only a miss.
alrighty. I'll go for a second strike.
Mm-hmm. This one also misses as it's
And then I'm gonna step back.
defending itself as much as it can. It's slowly melting away.
This
Rask.
next turn is gonna be good.
Okay. I'm gonna tear into it with extract element.
Mm-hmm. Roll of
So fortitude.
fortitude. It's pretty big, pretty tough. It'll succeed on that. Takes half damage. So 2 damage there, you take away a little bit, but at least you make it vulnerable to you. With that... Oh, that's worse, okay.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Mm.
I keep forgetting about these because I never got hit by persistent damage last campaign.
Right.
Okay. So let's see. It has.
It's very, very
It has
weak.
a penalty to the. I no longer have the bonus to the attack roll, do I? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Nope, but you are flanking at least.
Okay, let me double check my damages real quick. I want to make sure I understand. Let's see. Is extract element an attack? It is not an attack. That is appealing. Tidal hands is a 2d8.
You have a really good attack opportunity here with the
I
flank.
have a really good attacker. Yeah. I'm going to try. I'm going to go for a 2-action attack.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, try to smash it with the ice that I pulled out of it, basically.
Mm-hmm. Well, you do. As you pull that ice out, you sort of create this big hammer of a sort, slam it into its back. Roll that damage.
This might have to be manually adjusted. Oh,
Unfortunately, 5 is not enough to destroy it. A weak hit. Glancing
absolute
blow.
minimum. That hurts.
Alright. But didn't actually take any physical damage that round. As we go back to it, is going to try just a bit more, fighting for its life against Rask. A natural 20. As it rakes back at you, you focus too much on
I'm
just
gonna
taking
use
it
my
down.
amulet,
Okay.
not on myself.
Yeah, of course, on Rask.
Weakness level resistance 5 on whoever he's targeting, which I think was Rask.
That's
Mhm.
me, yeah.
Yep.
Resistance 5, nice.
As it's melting away, it sort of rakes out at everybody it can. Rask, just take the damage and +5 to yourself as I continue here. Goes for Starnberg. Second, sort of rakes around to the side. Starnberg, you're also going to be hit. A nasty blow. For another 11 damage, and then it goes to Cal. Cal, you will also be hit. It's whirling around with those claws, slicing into each and every one of you. Cal goes down, but as Cal goes down, its claw basically withers away and the whole form withers away because of that, well, persistent damage it's taking. It is dead from that, as it melts to the floor.
Awesome.
That thing was intimidating, but
That was a bit spooky, yeah. I think we're good though.
All right,
Cal is unconscious.
I'm gonna get Caleb with a healing potion.
Okay. And give yourselves 80 experience points for that.
It was worth it. I think.
well, you certainly cinched my clothes, but I'm unharmed.
It's really cold in here.
Should we take 5 now or in like? No, 8 p.m. is like halfway through the session.
Yeah.
Yep, do you guys want to take a break here?
Sure.
Okay.
Never mind.
Sure.
Go with that.
Alright, we'll take our 5-minute break. See y'all in, well, 5 minutes.
Bye bye.
See.
Alright, welcome back, guys. Let's get back in. So, as the creature melts away, you're left again to the silence of this icy chamber. What's the plan?
Well, that went very well, actually. Should we look in this door behind me?
It
I'd
probably
love to
just
look in
gives you-
that door behind you, but also I think we should
Oh yeah,
be
yeah,
less
you should.
frozen.
But yeah, we should rest a little, not too much, just a little.
Alright, I'm going back to the lobby.
I will accompany him.
Alright.
Yeah, okay. I'll put out some heals as we're doing that.
Well, if my best pal Ras is gonna be in there too, I'll need to follow if I want to get my drinks.
Does Ras provide us with cool, refreshing beverages?
Only
Something
rest.
like that, except that you drink it through your skin.
That's...
Oh.
okay.
Hmm.
Ask some healing. 12.
Starbrick, if you mess up and kill me, I'll be very sad.
Don't worry, I will only do it half on purpose.
If he kills you, doesn't that turn you into like a vampire?
I'm not familiar with frost-based wounds. Most of mine tend to be puncture and other household wounds.
What is a household wound?
Cutting yourself, hitting your head, you know.
The tries to grab the heal.
Doesn't
Oh,
locking
that's for
yourself
me?
in the
Right.
icebox overnight count as a household wound?
What's an icebox?
It's
A
a box
box
with a
with
lot of
ice in
ice
it.
in it. Yeah, you keep things cool in it.
I mean, the
Without-
name makes sense.
It's a low-tech solution in this setting of ours.
Since the medicine check was done, that means I get another heal.
Yep.
The dragon's just watching us just go back and heal over and over and
Nerd
over.
healing.
We slept here overnight, so
You know, people are patient back in the day.
Well, how else would you eat an elephant? One bite at a time.
What's an elephant?
I saw, like, my first live elephant at the Renaissance Fair for the first time. I didn't ride it, but... yeah.
something tells me they didn't have those during the Renaissance.
Oh no, there were some elephants.
Oh,
Yeah, like, brought up from Africa, yeah.
Thank you, Rask.
You're welcome.
Feeling much better.
So, as you guys...
You get
Head back out.
roll in? Question mark.
yeah.
oh, for himself, he does that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm the most important one around here. If I go down, I can't patch everyone else up.
This also recovers my heal on Cal, so it'll be ready for battle.
Mm-hmm. So, where to next?
I'm gonna take one of those fire grenades actually as well.
Cool.
Okay.
Imagine having enough hands. Oh, I must have removed the amulet from my hand while experimenting with the grenade. I see. Last session. Alrighty.
Did not mean to go up there.
That's right. Door ahead of you, Cheshire.
Alrighty, I open it.
It squeaks open into a sizable library room of a sort. More like a records room, actually. Full of, like, these books with, well, records in them.
I don't look where I'm going and I trip on the carpet.
Yeah, the carpet sort of, like,
Oh.
shatters in a way, too.
He gets a carpet splinter.
Ow, there's a carpet in my foot. Ah.
This
My
carpet's
version of-
crunchy.
My version of ice is like that one episode of SpongeBob where everything turns to ice and it, like,
Oh, that's
shatters.
such a good episode.
The blanket shattering.
Mm-hmm.
Just the temptation to leave the fridge open overnight.
Mm-hmm.
Can't wait to get to the metal dungeon where everything is chrome.
Oh yeah, that'll be the time travel episode.
Well, they traveled to today because everything's chrome now.
Mm-hmm. But as you guys look around the room, you're pretty certain that there's no dangers that lie within. You look across the books here and there. There's a lot of old records in seemingly in a code or a cipher sort of manner that is very difficult for anybody to really figure out what's going on with it. It's almost, well, it's basically like looking at the books for a company that you don't work at, and it's like trying to decipher it, like trying to decipher somebody else's code.
Oh boy.
So you'd have to roll a society check and take some time to figure out these records, even if that's worth your time.
They didn't bother putting any comments in?
Well, I honestly don't think the dragon probably has anything to do with these. This is probably just vampire crap.
That means I'm very much interested in these. Starbuck very hesitantly turns to Trezor. Do you think you can have anything helpful to do with these?
Actually, Sternberg, roll your medicine check on this, because you take a look through a little bit of them and you realize it's not actually like business records, it's medical records.
You can heal the books until they're no longer frozen.
And Sternberg, the books that you can open, a lot of them are frozen over, hard to open, and such, shatter in a way, or chip. They are lots of records of sort of medical journals and research. Some of it mundane, some of it pertaining a little bit to like blood. A lot of it's like blood. What's a doctor who's a blood doctor? I don't think they have those really. Hemo man. Yeah. A lot of research into blood, bodily fluids, such that it's interesting stuff, but not groundbreaking. In fact, a lot of these revelations are well known to you in this time period.
Hmm. All this stuff is positively ancient, I would say. Though it's probably a bit hard to date these books, but whatever groundbreaking research they found, I already know.
Well, they are old, so if they were groundbreaking back then, they're probably standard practice now.
Either way, it's research into blood, which is not too surprising for one of my ilk, but I'm curious. It's still curious. It's not exactly something that people that like the healing arts aren't exactly something we tend to look into.
If it's vampire research on blood, wouldn't that make it food science?
Yes.
Hmm.
That's also why I'm a food practitioner.
Otherwise, though, you don't find all that much of interest to most of you.
Well, we should probably get going then.
Yep.
There's the hallway that thing stalked around in.
Mm-hmm.
And now we don't have to deal with that thing.
Long hallway, a couple of doors along it.
Surely there won't be any more things.
Weren't there the reflections here? The evil reflections?
Funny reflections, but you've been very close to a lot of them already. None of them seem to be doing the same thing that they did to Tresser.
That's good.
These are the nice ones.
Tresser
Swords
is
take a
now
moment
afraid
to
of his own
pose in front of one.
Okay, we'll try this one first.
Mm-hmm. A bedroom, frozen, literally and figuratively, in time.
Do the usual looking around.
Around, roll perception check if you want to be thorough. You're pretty sure there's not much of real interest in here. Try to
This
open
is a
some.
vampire castle, right? I thought they slept in coffins.
That's a very mean stereotype.
Oh, sorry.
I haven't seen Stoneberg sleep in a coffin yet.
You guys look around this room and everything's empty, almost as if this room was set up for guests.
Huh.
I mean, with the way things have been going, I'll be stuck in a coffin soon enough.
Alright, another door there.
That's it. I'm growing concerned with how
Yep.
interested you all are in just barging into bedrooms.
As you,
Well, we didn't know that they're bedrooms until we barged into them.
yeah, another bedroom there on the left. Do you look around inside of it? If you do, roll your perception check.
You never know. If you walk into a guest room, there might just be a key in the drawer or something that opens some mystery door somewhere else in the mansion.
Well, about that, Rask. As you look around, rummage through a few things, yes, it is empty. It is, again, one of the guest rooms. But up here, under the desk, sort of almost hidden away, and you're surprised you saw it. It was just sort of a glimmer on the ground. A little badge of an unknown sort of nation or society.
Oh, that's so neat. Guys, look at this. And I show the badge.
What is that?
It's. I feel like it makes you seem, I don't know, more.
You're saying just wearing a badge makes you more presentable?
I look at Tresser.
Well, it smells a little magical. Probably magic.
Huh.
There is Tressa, actually.
He's in the guest room.
Oh.
Yeah.
He's hiding behind the wall. Can't you see his giant backpack?
No, it's actually.
I feel
pretty
strangely
relative.
knowledgeable about specifically those toll dwarves just looking at it.
I look at this badge and I kind of like hold it up to Tresser. What do you think?
Ooh, that's an interesting thing. That's a very magical thing. But
Does
like,
it look good on him? Does it make him look more presentable?
I think
yes,
so.
it looks good on you.
Just pin it on his lapel there.
It's
Hold
shiny.
still.
Wait, what? Oh, on me? What?
I forcibly give you the +1 item bonus to diplomacy check item.
As
Awesome.
an expert in diplomacy, yes.
Look, let's be honest. Yeah, I knew it was gonna go to me, and since it's a recall knowledge check, oh, it's in
It's
the party
perfect,
special.
right? It's
Congrats.
like, this is Tresser.
Alright, Cal, you
Happy.
stand in front of another door there. Pick it open. Another guest room. Nicely appointed.
Amazing.
I'll do a quick peeky in
Mhm.
here and see what's going on. I see a chest at the foot of the bed.
The chest, the chest, the chest.
A chest that is empty. Look
Disappointment.
around it
Not a
again.
mimic this time.
Ghost
I'm
or
sad.
ghost rooms, guest rooms. Pretty empty.
That's fair.
But this one has a husband chair.
The isolation chair.
Seems like he
And
wasn't
this-
expecting
A
anyone.
chair of specific purpose.
And this probably leads out to the main hallway.
Yeah, they have them in all hotel
The
rooms.
media collections.
I am reloading really quick because I got that bug.
Ah, yeah. Maybe they'll be fixed if I update. I haven't updated in a while because I'm mostly afraid of it. But yes.
Well, I guess I should go ahead and smash all those mirrors for you.
No. Please don't do that.
Hmm.
If anybody should be smashing mirrors, it's me.
I am
Why?
literally the safest one to do it, though.
Why?
They can't really ambush me on account of my lack of self and those things.
He doesn't have a reflection.
You don't show up in the mirrors.
Hmm.
That makes him the safest and not get stabbed by himself.
And I thought I'd be the safest because I can punch from a distance.
I
Alright.
can't punch from the distance, but I can punch close, and I can do it while looking stylish.
Alright, Starberg. Go take care of it.
That's fine.
Fabric, you head out into the hallway here, and bringing to bear your Griffin Claw. It takes a few hits. You have to try to hit it hard enough to get past the hardness value, but you technically can get past it, and, well, takes maybe a couple of minutes, I will say, of really chipping away, slamming into the ice, slamming into the pictures, the portraits, so that all the ice shatters and it's sort of ground up enough that there's just not a sizable reflection. Give yourselves 30 experience points for that hazard.
Really
Being
have it
destroyed.
that does 50 damage.
Yeah, that's how they usually go. I mean, they wouldn't be hazards if they just didn't do a lot of damage, because they just do it once, pretty much.
The mold is pretty forgiving in that regard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But,
It's a shame about those pictures. They were rather pretty.
as get out into this room, now you have a little bit more of a chance to look around. Roll your perception checks one more time. If you're searching.
Sure. Nope.
And remember, you can declare that you are investigating, which means I will always tell you if there's something interesting in the room. That is sort of like slightly interesting. That's not like, you know, you don't have to ask, hey, what's this? That sort of thing. Swords. And Rask. You notice that down here, quite similarly to the other secret door that leads into the summoning chamber, there's a secret door here, on the brick wall.
Here where?
Down here.
We cannot see your pings.
That's weird. Here, I'll just reveal it as a opened door, not opened, but a door.
Thank goodness that room is driving me crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Me too.
Often include like areas like that where it's actually just nothing.
I want to bet there's hot moss on the other side.
Well, you open it
I
up
sure
and
hope so.
you find a chamber with a bit of, valuables, in fact. There's a lot of portraits here, not the same as the other ones. Doesn't seem like any spirit is inhabiting them. In fact, quite a pretty penny for both. You also find some nice gloves in here. Healer's gloves. Excuse the animation. It has the word heal in it.
No, that's how it works. That's
Yep. It just looks for
Medicine checks.
a word in it.
I wonder who should.
You don't have those already, do you?
I do not.
Wait, you've
Yeah.
been treating us without wearing gloves? That's
I'm
very
a very
unsanitary.
cleanly person, don't worry.
Without magical gloves.
Well, those gloves, they're always clean of blood. They never get stained.
Never mind, I'm not wearing those.
What?
You find a
Don't make
stack
me
of
touch you with water.
old paintings. Those paintings are quite heavy. In fact, you guys are because you're picking up studded leather, basically at the limit of 25 bulk I put on the party inventory, unless you get some baggage of holding. Keep that in mind.
I know if only we had someone who has a very high carry limit.
Oh wait, who took the paintings?
I
Oh, nobody took
certainly
them.
didn't.
Whoops, there you
I
go.
don't think we did it.
But yes, so you cannot actually stuff it into your quote-unquote party inventory. It has to be on your personal inventories.
Why are we even carrying all this studded leather armor?
You can probably guess who picks that up.
They'll do.
These are quite fancy, yeah. I like them.
I can't answer that because I don't remember.
Uh, I remembered something that I would like to
Probably
check
the
out while
dwarves.
we're here, while we're in this area.
Yep.
These combusted down here.
hmm
I would like to search them for any signs of surgical scars.
Alright, they are still on fire because of the Entropite. So I'm going to need a reflex save first.
Can't we drag them
Starnberg.
into the cold rooms?
As he's starting to do that, I'm just gonna start spamming thermal stasis on him.
Okay, that'll help enough. That you're able to sort of start really sort of pushing back some of the skin, looking here and there. It's hard to see, but you do find a spot on their shoulder where you'd usually put an intravenous needle in. And yeah, does seem so.
Yeah, I was sorry about for the sudden leaving there, but I simply wanted to confirm my suspicions. These are, in fact, victims of Halifax's experiments.
Makes sense.
Hey, that's kind of evil.
At least it was a dead body, right, and not a living person.
That's so interesting.
Doesn't a bloodstream need the person to be living to circulate stuff
Yeah.
through it?
He inserted the Entropite into the bloodstream. These were very much alive and they were eternally set ablaze.
I wonder what other elements would be like.
I don't really intend to find out anytime soon.
Well, we're not gonna do it. We're. Yeah.
You're
Alright.
either gonna be an ice cube or you're gonna be burning to death.
Behind this second large door, looming ahead of you,
I want to open it.
okay.
Oh, that worked.
You open it into a very large chamber here.
Oh,
One that
didn't
seems
finish
to
building this place.
break out into the caverns. You're not sure if they didn't start or finish building it, or it's ended up like this after it got buried underground, or if it was buried under. You're not sure. Crafting check if you really want to know. But as you step into this chamber, it is even colder than some of the other chambers here. Reminds you of being back out on the frozen lake where it was very cold every 10 minutes. You would take damage. But you're just near heat, so you're fine. You see to the north these little carrying things, little braziers that seem to have this glowing metal, almost crystalline looking, that is a deep cyan color. And you look out to your left into a little frozen lake here, and perched, seemingly was slumbering on it, is Halifax. Hey, you kept me waiting. But here you are. I had faith in you. Trolls were too much trouble. But, they weren't really part of my experiments. I wanted you to see exactly what it could do. To not
It's
only the
fascinating.
environment, but to creatures as well.
So you managed to somehow put the what's it called? The Entropite into creatures?
You figured that out. You're clever, too. Well, I should ask, how did you figure that out?
It's not exactly hard to figure out when you find a room full of surgical equipment.
You were
Oh,
thorough.
you found that.
We found it. We left it alone.
Well, that's nice. I just didn't exactly think that you were going to find it, but anyway, yes. Now you realize what this metal has in store for the world if its knowledge were released. What are your opinions? I know, well, you've already been saying yours, Rask. You've been saying it's quite fascinating.
Those creatures that you performed surgery on, were they alive before you performed your work on them?
Well, I think you're smart enough to realize that it couldn't really cycle through their bloodstream unless they were alive. But after that, they died. They didn't suffer for long.
My thoughts on this stuff is that I wonder how it might be able to be used to make tools.
Tools.
You wouldn't need to make tools out of it. It is the tool.
Well, no. I mean, it could enhance. It could enhance tools. You know, like maybe a pick that is enhanced with earth aspected resonite could be more effective at bringing down rocky walls or something. Or
I think this stuff is only ice and fire.
It is only hot and cold.
oh,
Ice and fire. It is that, well, energy. The vibration of things that makes them hot, that makes them cold.
It's still potentially very interesting. I think I just my imagination run away for a little bit.
Of course, all of this was meant to showcase the potential, the danger of it, by the way. Again, I told you my kin would rather see this just freely given to the masses, disseminated into the world. They think that's the best way to do it. I think differently. As I said, this should not be in the hands of all. It should only be in the hands of the few who are responsible enough to, well, use it correctly.
And what is the correct use? Injecting it in people to see what it does?
No, that was simply to show what it could end up being.
Makes sense to me.
Personally, I believe that the humans and the dwarves and all of those fleshy creatures on the surface, they don't exactly deserve it. Your kind, however, you understand potential. It's innate to you. You don't let your forms just define who you are. All of you, in some way, are beyond defining. You bring something new to the table, some new potential that cannot even be imagined by others. I like that. So you, understanding potential, understanding power, I would trust you all with it. The knowledge. And if I trust you with it, then I can, well, trust that you would only give it to those who deserve it. It's a hefty burden, to be sure, but I'm sure you have families that would make great use of this to defend themselves, or to engineer some other use for it that I haven't even, well, figured out.
Are you gonna keep doing these sort of experiments, these sort of showing off what they could do?
No, in fact, I found who I think deserves the tablet. But you must promise me you are not going to give it to those dwarves.
That goes without saying.
They are working for my other kin. And those other kin want it, like I said. You've already heard.
So you know who gave it to the dwarfs?
Yes, my people. Or rather, my people asked the dwarves to figure it out. We brought its raw form from the stars above into this world. I think Sforz there has mentioned he knows of my kin.
The ravine, the valley, with the rocks.
Yes. That is one of their primary homes, one of my primary homes, actually. I am from there. If you are speaking of the same ravine, I think you are.
I don't think there's many ravines with floating rocks in them.
There aren't. There could be others, though, and since I don't want you taking this to my kin, I'm not going to tell you its name or where it is.
But there are others?
There are others, perhaps. Different from us specifically, our brood. Who bring other things to this world. We brought this metal.
Isn't it only a matter of time until the dwarves re-engineer all these techniques in this tablet?
Well, perhaps. But the problem with that is that the one dwarf who, well, coveted that information and kept it to himself, they had part of a recipe. From us, even. And it would take a very long time for someone to redo that work. It took that dwarf decades to get where he was. Our kind are patient, Dwarves are patient too, they have long lives. But your kind, I don't think does, exactly. It'll be most of your lifetimes, if you keep it to yourself, and it won't get out. And even if it does, eventually, I think that's better that it is disseminated slowly to those who deserve it, who can use it responsibly, rather than just to everyone all at once. Crazy.
Yeah,
thought.
if it can do that much, it should be handled with care.
Or destroyed.
Oh, that's a waste at that point.
That's ridiculous.
It would be a waste of all my work.
I mean, if it could do something like what we just went through, I'm sure there's a lot of good it can do instead.
Well, we've only seen a showcase of what bad it can do.
Meaning we can only go up from here.
I showed you all the
disagree,
danger.
Actually, it very much did show what good it can do too. The eternally lit oven, and as you call it, an icebox that sustains itself. Food preservation would be a simple matter.
That'd be really amazing for fish, especially.
And there is one other factor that you should take into account. It's only in limited supply. It doesn't come naturally from the earth of this world. It comes from the stars.
The
So if
what?
you need more in the future, we would have to seek out one of your ilk. Is that it?
That is the problem. My kind thinks that your kind won't just come after, well, not your specific kind, but humanoid kind would come after, or wouldn't come after us to get every last drop of this metal. They're too optimistic. If it's disseminated slowly, then, well, not everyone on this planet would be so keen on going after us at the same time. I'm looking out for my brood doing this, even though they can't think of it themselves. I did all this on my own. Partially to prove a point. So, what will it be? And I'll find you if you lie and give it to the dwarves.
I know.
I'm definitely not giving it to the dwarves. Not after all that.
I shall keep it for myself.
And to be fair, one could consider us in your debt for saving us from those trolls.
I wasn't going to bring it up, but yes.
I cannot in good conscience receive something like this and then disregard your wishes with it.
I'm in favor of taking it to Lyzak.
Lyzak, yes, the dwarves no. We said we'd try to get it for them, but with this situation we just can't.
What exactly do you expect them to do once you hand it out in Lyzak?
We'll figure it out.
We're not just handing it out to anybody. To give it to just the people in town would be a bad idea.
That's exactly what I'm thinking too.
If this is going to be used, there needs to be more guidance.
Well, I have an idea of who we could start with.
Do go on.
What about your friend? Lorca.
What about her?
She studies things, right?
Yeah, a bit. I don't know if she... Maybe she could do stuff with this.
I'm not sure that's a good idea.
I don't know.
She did sink the town once, and that's without
Oh, that wasn't
magic
her.
metal.
And she was also enthralled, and who knows what kind of after effects that might have.
sort of moves up across the ice and slinks onto the land here, looming above you all.
I bow politely.
I have a gift bag for you. For your loyalty. You're not exactly servants of mine, but I'll keep you in touch. May we in the future work together on anything we might need.
I might like that.
I'm very glad our first and second meetings went well. I was honestly, when we heard that there may have been like a white dragon in the area,
Stormberg
I
can't,
was scared for my life.
Stormberg can't help but grin a little. Are you sure you would need to bribe us like that? Isn't our word good enough?
Your word. I think it's good enough. I'm just giving you a little bit of extra to see you on your way. My work here is done. I don't want it weighing me down. As he places down a spacious pouch.
Oh,
Oops, that's not supposed to be Sicatite. Entropite. There we go.
Ooh.
Take some of it with
Oh.
you as well.
Can't actually read the tablet.
Ooh, a spacious pouch.
But yes, the tablet is locked by the same forces that, well, change and stabilize the Entropite. It is this magnetic force. A south force or a north force, a left force or a right force, whichever way you want to say it, but they are opposing forces. One force creates a stabilized hot Entropite, and the other force stabilized cold. Otherwise, the Entropite sort of shifts from one to the other because of the magnetic poles of this world being a little bit off kilter. So, find
So-
some sort of magnetic rock or something, and you can access the tablet. I don't really have one with me, and if you don't have it with you, it sort of locks tight again.
Magnets, how do they work?
Strange forces. Sort of the same force that my brood, my home, uses to keep everything afloat.
Well, this has been a very educational visit.
I do still kind of want to know those people you injected Entropite into. Who were they before you got them here for your experiments?
There are some fools who heard early about this whole thing. Adventurers.
I can't help
Kinda
but
like
wonder
us, huh?
if you don't mind the question. I mean,
course.
I think you did promise us to answer some questions if we made it through your test, right?
I can answer any you want.
What exactly happened to the inhabitants of this house? They seem to have disappeared without any traces.
I'm not sure. It was like this when I got here. A little less frozen, a little bit less on fire.
I see.
There were a few remnants of them. Some doctor or something. Perfect for what I was doing.
Knowledgeable, certainly. Perhaps something you would have appreciated.
Of course.
There was a doctor here?
Well, they weren't here when I got here. Long
Oh.
gone. Might you have any other questions that I may have the answers to?
You had mentioned something about us. Cal kind of gestures to all the kobolds
Yes.
taking on traits of your people, or something.
Well, you certainly seem to have them, physically. I was just wondering if you also have a bit of that, um, potential in you. We like to see. Or we like to exude. The whole reason that my people are doing this is because they want to see something new happen. Something different happen. To see what's... well... your humanoid and your kobold kind could do with it. It's the whole point. To seek out potential. To rise above your current status. To change. We are proponents of it. We are guides, in a way, towards it. Whether we are your enemy or your friend, we always represent the potential in all things.
That's beautiful.
Wait,
yet-
if you see draconic traits in all of us, what kind of dragon would look like me?
I'm not sure. I haven't met many other kinds. I only know my kind. Entropite brood.
What about ones that look like me?
We look very similar to you. Which,
Okay, so it's not just a coincidence.
not at all, actually, and your proximity to us doesn't surprise me.
I look down at my webbed hands and just kind of like look like I'm deep in thought.
What surprises us, though, is that we've never encountered kinds like yours before, and ours is an ancient race. Very ancient to this, well, cosmos. But we've never seen a kind that has taken on our traits like you have. It's different. It's new. New along with your world, which is also new.
I've never really thought about the history of our people, how long we've been around, where we might have come from. I just thought we've just always been there.
Can't have been too long, really. And suffice to say, death is old, life is new. Death has been a part of this cosmos far longer than life ever did, life ever was.
How can death be older than life?
That's a question you
Yeah.
have to answer for yourselves.
I mean, if something isn't alive, it's dead, right? And so if something didn't start alive, then it's dead.
But if it didn't start alive, then it didn't exist. Or did it?
Or will it?
I think zombies are very
Time
dead,
is
but
weird.
also not alive.
Well,
No,
for a zombie,
zombie.
you have to be alive, then dead, then undead. The three steps there. Undead, definitely the last thing.
I mean, not to toot my own horn, but I sort of resemble this whole not alive, not dead part. More, though I think I'm more, well, less dead than some of my comrades.
It's funny that, you, Starnberg, you represent that other side of the coin. Meshing
I-
between life and death.
Indeed.
Life and death are the same face of one coin.
You know what I mean.
So Starnberg's coin landed on his side. Is that what we're going at here?
Of a sort. Perhaps. Again, I'm not too knowledgeable about his kind either. But it certainly has something to do with, more the death side of things in this universe. But not much more I can give you. Take what I have granted. Leave this place. I will leave it behind soon as well. Don't give it to the dwarves, and then do whatever you want with it. I have granted you this knowledge, because I think you deserve it. You are the perfect arbiters for it. Great power, great responsibility. See yourselves out.
Uh, yeah, thanks. Thank you for having us. Thank you for. Well, you've heard it.
I'm sure we'll meet
Both
again.
showed it.
Oh, yeah, we will. That's. I have no doubts about that. For now, though, I think we'll leave you alone.
Safe travels to you, Halisax, and I bow once more before getting up back up.
He bows his head to you. Give yourselves 120 experience points for Halisax, and 30 experience points for gaining the tablet.
Oh, we gotta fight him?
Yeah,
Well, yeah, he's a dragon. Of course you could fight him. I don't want to, though.
he's pretty young.
That's a bad idea.
You can't kill the first dragon we find.
Can't
You
just
could've.
kill a dragon unless we have to.
And he tried to hide from you the evil experiments he was doing, but, you guys chose
I mean,
otherwise.
they're only a little evil, and those were trespassers.
Mm-hmm.
We should have asked
He
for the
killed them in
adventurer's gear.
self-defense.
We should have asked for the adventurer's gear.
Who says some of that stuff I gave you isn't that?
Uh, grief.
We'll put it to better use, I'm sure.
How do you think dragons build up such a horde by sitting around so much?
So,
As you guys leave him behind, you have a little bit of time to discuss amongst yourselves.
He was nicer than I was expecting. That's a big relief. I mean, like, yeah, he killed a few people, but nobody we know. So
Sure. Let's get our story straight for the dwarf.
we couldn't. We can't give them that tablet because we don't have it. We couldn't get it for them. That's a phrase. We couldn't get it for him.
the tablet was destroyed.
Do we know that it was destroyed?
Yes, that's what we're gonna tell him, right? Otherwise,
Yeah.
they'll just keep coming down, or they'll keep coming down here and looking.
When we
happened?
came
How
after
is-
the thief destroyed it to keep us from getting it.
The thief destroyed it?
Like, the thief was gonna keep it to themselves, but being cornered, they used it as leverage and then followed through on the threat and destroyed the tablet to keep us from getting it.
Do we know how to destroy this tablet ourselves?
No.
You're not sure
think-
how. Well, you are sure how to open it. Told you the sort of certain magnetized objects could open it, but right now it's sealed. It's like two magnets that are, stuck to each other.
Why don't we simply do the easy route? We present him with the tablet, say that it's unopenable, and never open it in front
No.
of him.
No.
They'll want to have the tablet if we do that.
Please listen to me.
Yeah.
Instead of overcomplicating things, it was taken. A dragon had it. We weren't able to get it from the dragon. The dragon simply. It's just too much for us to handle.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Like,
No.
Wait, we're not gonna
No.
get to.
You have to remove it from the dwarves' reach. You can't just say, "Oh, we left it down there. There was a dragon."
Also, they
They'll-
don't know there's a dragon. They think a person took it.
Well, Rast just said dragon.
I said dragon.
I still think it should be destroyed, personally.
I didn't want to say it in front of him, but I agree. It's.
Well,
I don't like Halisax either, actually.
You don't like
All
Halisax?
this.
Wow, you're like family, aren't you?
No, I don't want to. I'm not anything like that. He's.
Look, a little
All
bit of
this
necromancy never killed anybody. It does a little bit of the opposite.
fire has a way of burning through everything that you once were. They weren't just killed. There is no face left, no identity. It's all burnt away. There's nothing left. And uh,
Fire gives
I,
us
I think
warmth.
I think he's a bit mean. He's a meanie.
Well,
Fire
it
gives
is.
us warmth. It cooks our food. It
Yeah,
brings us
fire should give us
shelter.
warm good. We can't just destroy this if we don't even know what we're destroying. Like, I can hardly even imagine what we could do with this.
I would say we keep it for ourselves.
Keep it for ourselves. If it's somehow actually an absolute evil and nothing else, then yeah, destroy it. But for now, keep it to ourselves.
It needs to go to Lysak.
Yes, I agree with that.
I'm sorry. I don't think.
No, you
Oh,
don't.
with all due respect, I don't think your people, the village, should be using it.
You saw. I'm so mad at her. I don't remember her name. You saw how easily
Maka.
she took control of a single kobold.
But how would this
Makat
make
just.
her not do that?
That's the thing. We don't know if Makat's people now know about Lyzak and Durzak. Well, what's left of Durzak? If they came back in numbers, they could easily just stomp us.
We're not leaving the tablet with anybody but ourselves.
Yes, I. That's fine, but I'm
Cow?
just saying, if they come back and we had destroyed this, who's to say we're the reason? We're not the reason that they could take us out so easily. The only reason Maka left was because of our agreement and because she had no interest. But who's to say that interest won't appear again?
I
And
do believe a very peculiar tablet that allows one to craft a legendary metal would be very much a cause for people to start approaching Lysak in droves.
Well, if they don't know about it, then they won't know about it.
I do
If
think
Lysak starts using it, they'll know about it.
if you underestimate how quickly word of mouth spreads.
Lysak could use it to defend itself from outsiders.
If people think that the tablet's been destroyed, then they won't look for it.
I don't mean to be.
Hold on for a minute, Starberg. Let me
Of
talk
course.
here. Rask, do you think that our people are really going to want to use this metal in this way? Making monstrosities and killing people to make them fire creatures or making giant ice monsters. Do you really think that our people would want that?
Well, they wouldn't use it that way.
How would they use it then?
Iceboxes and everlit stoves. Perhaps new methods that aren't literal necromancy.
We could, for the defense side of things, we could like make weapons that launch flames.
And who's to say your people won't turn into conquerors?
Now you're just being silly.
No,
Remember that kobold that tried to kill us because we thought we were gonna steal his cure? Are there a lot of people like that in Lysak?
Well,
No,
no.
he was just kind of crazy.
Is he the only one? Is he really? And
Yeah,
what about
the curse got to
the
him.
skill boss and his goons, which are
Just
some of which are coming over to Lysak? And what if someone is born like that or is raised like that in Lysak in the future, and they had access to this sort of thing?
so the only solution is that nobody gets this.
only us should carry it.
Ah,
Only us should benefit from it, if you ask me.
But then if we can't trust anybody with it, why are we able to be trusted with it?
Because we underwent this test and have been chosen as worthy, didn't we?
Maybe the dragon just wants to see us bicker amongst ourselves and argue about it.
I don't think anyone should
Let's
have this
let's
either,
let's
honestly.
okay. Let's just try to understand it first. Then, if suitable, we use it to improve Lysac. If not, we keep it secret.
How will we get to that point ourselves?
We'll have to just keep it to ourselves and read the tablet when we can.
That could take a long time.
If you all don't
Can-
Take a
remember,
short time.
we were on another mission to begin with before this tablet reared its head.
Of course.
Yep. Let's do that other mission for now, and hopefully along the way we can figure out this tablet.
Rask, I will study it and I will try to learn what I can from it.
Maybe since you have a connection to both fire and ice yourself, maybe something in it will jump out at you.
We'll have to get it open first to read it.
Magnets, he said, huh?
Something I've admittedly been wondering about myself is whether there are more metals like this, and he looks over to Rask, whether you got into contact with it at some point. Your whole water manipulation seems very similar to hot and cold manipulation of this metal, doesn't it?
What, did he have like aquarium gravel in his crib? Or
I sleep in a bed.
oh, that makes more sense.
Less that and more, I don't know, something about perhaps the dragon that you resemble.
So we are going to keep it to ourselves for now, right? We can agree on that.
That is my
Yeah.
vote.
Are there dragons like me?
Phew, I'm glad that's over. We all agree. We're all friends. Yeah,
Mhm.
woohoo!
Of course we're friends.
Well, it's possible. Didn't he say there were other broods or something?
You did, yeah.
Well,
So,
Perhaps he would have answers as to what you are. Something to ask about in the future.
you guys ready to head out?
yes.
Still have, because it was a short walk to get into this icy cavern from the Dwarven Outpost, you can get there by the time you get tired.
Do
We have to go past the trolls.
I was about to ask, do the trolls harass us more?
The trolls are dead.
What?
Yes. Seems Alisax got rid of them.
Oh,
Oh,
can we get our money back?
Can I? Yeah. Can.
As you step out into the Rimewater Lake here, it is not like this, because this is what happened when you guys party wiped, pretty much.
Ha ha ha.
But you should be able to loot them at this point, because their forms are burned and, well, clawed at by big claws.
burned.
Well, they have to be. They're frost trolls.
Chester's like, that's my silver chunk.
Remember, that dragon was. He said something about being related to the Resin Knight, so he probably has power over ice and cold. Ice and cold,
Entropite.
ice and fire?
He's probably just got some of it left and he's weaponized it.
Entropite.
Where'd you get resonite from?
I don't know.
But as you guys pick up the remains of those trolls, or rather, the stuff that you tried to bribe them with, I assume you head back to the Dwarven Outpost.
Yes.
Okay.
You sure did great wiping out this ecosystem.
There wasn't even a natural ecosystem to this area, right? Oh, you said he did a good job.
We.
No.
Wait, is this even the path you took to get down here, Sophers?
Nope.
This
Absolutely, definitely not.
This side doesn't even go to the surface. That's what we were told anyway.
No.
We're gonna need to double back to some place where the path branched much earlier on.
Okay, before we go, just to make our story straight, somebody stole the tablet and it's gone, right?
Or are we
I'm
gonna
not very
say
good at
that a
lying, so who's
thief
gonna
destroyed
tell
it?
them?
I like the idea that the thief destroyed it to keep us from getting it.
Yeah, okay, then how do you explain where the thief is?
We killed them.
That's why I just thought maybe the dragon should have flown off with it.
Every detail you have to lie about is a new deception check, so simple lies
No,
are
no,
the
no, no,
best.
no. They don't know the thief is a dragon, so just say the thief. Don't mention what it is. Because it being a thief is accurate, that's easier to lie about because it's, well, not a lie. All you have to say is that the thief destroyed the tablet. When we
Or we just say the tablet wasn't down there, and that's it, the end.
that sounds a little too convenient.
No, actually, that's a good one. Well, I don't know. I'm not the one doing the lying. Who is?
Probably me. Which is
Treacher's
why I want to get a solid story of why we don't have it. Like, oh, you didn't see it, why didn't you keep looking? Oh, the thief got away, why didn't you chase him? If the tablet is destroyed,
I
that's
mean,
a
I think a
definitive.
good answer for any of those is that we were sort of just asked for a favor and we don't want to die frozen to death.
Yeah, the truth, we just want to say, oh yeah, we have it, but we can't give it to you, haha. How do you think that's gonna go?
Yeah, we're not doing that. But Chester, try to keep it simple. Your stories tend to explode.
Explode?
Yeah, there's always another thing in them. You know what I mean? It's like just one
Uh.
thing on top of another.
That's why I didn't even want to talk about a thief in the first place and just say that we saw a dragon. We weren't able to deal with the dragon. The dragon's gone.
I agree. The dragon has it. That's the easiest and most plausible thing.
The
I mean, it
dragon
either
has it,
does or
we
it
couldn't give
doesn't.
to
We
them.
didn't verify.
It was a dragon that might have it, but we couldn't proceed. How about that?
It's basically more or less what I wanted.
Alrighty, let's go with
Stone
that.
doors of the outpost await.
And then we saw it leave. It's no longer down here.
It did say it was leaving.
That
Oi! Are these those, kobolds of yours? You hear shouted inside. Aye,
Oh boy.
bring them in. Welcome. I'm a clansman of Rolf's, and, he's told us a lot about you.
Oh, that good. Nice to see that he wasn't waiting here alone.
Oh, come on in. He was just working this, trying to get the forge ready. Ain't you, Rolf? I was, but, stop for these guys. Come on in. Warm yourselves up. The forge is, glowing a little bit. Mostly just there to keep us warm.
It goes without saying, but the tablet's probably hidden in that bag.
Yeah, of course.
Bag.
I'm wearing it openly on my belt. No,
It's right
no.
here.
Yeah, it's hidden deep.
Hey, don't be strangers. These are, yes, as they explained, my clansmen. Some of them made it down here to follow in my footsteps. But, I'm glad to have found you. You came back in one piece. You look like you've, encountered a few things, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was rougher than expected.
Very well then.
Don't even know where to begin.
You have the tablet. That's where we should begin.
A good place to begin because might as well start with the bad news and that we couldn't get it.
You couldn't. My uncle's left work and you couldn't get it. What happened? Actually,
Things
start with a
got
deception check.
complicated.
Start with your first lie.
Oh my goodness, this is gonna go horribly. Sorry about that, I jinxed it.
Why?
Well, I mean, it does look like you've been roughed up. I can't fault you for not
Well,
getting it, but
seems
what happened?
Well, it seems whoever stole it from your uncle managed to either they were or they ran into a white-scaled dragon.
Oh,
That's why the
wait.
cold caves are so cold up there. It had changed them and was.
What
It
could a
was
dragon want with it?
I can only guess. Maybe it had access to it and managed to do us. Maybe that's why the cave is so different. It did something with the tablet. I don't know, but either the thief is dead and the dragon took the tablet, or the dragon was the thief and has the tablet.
Roll another deception check.
This is it's rough. I we we couldn't take it from the dragon. It's
Couldn't get it.
far outmatched us, and we barely got out of there. Hence why
Well,
we're
is
all
the
working.
dragon still down there?
No, last we saw as we were running, it was well, since we had found it, I presume it's leaving.
Hmm.
It's either hunkering down or it's leaving. Look, I've never seen a dragon before. It's hard to tell what it was planning, or if it's even cunning.
Roll one more deception check. Last one. Well, you were exactly on his perception DC of 15, so you did succeed on the first, second, and third.
Oh my goodness.
Oh gosh.
Awful.
Well, suppose that means we'll have to go looking for it. We'll have to find some trace of that dragon down there. I'm sure you cleared the place out for us.
Mostly. The toughest thing were these 3 trolls. Cal here managed to burn them up well, but with the trolls gone, it should be at least somewhat safe to. Well, with the trolls and dragon gone, it should be safe to.
I almost died.
Yeah,
Hey, look
it was
at-
rough.
Well, thank you for the work. Again, I already rewarded you for the outpost, clearing it out, and I didn't have anything else to give you. But my thanks and my client's thanks to your aid. We'll go have a look. I'm sure you have other things to get on to.
Yes.
Speaking of
Hopefully-
which,
Hopefully, with the little you do know about your uncle's work, you can pick up and rebuild what he had made.
without that tablet, it'll be a quarter of a lifetime to try to recreate his work and the work of his forebears too. I really need to get that tablet for my people, for their honor. We can't wait another couple of decades, not for our benefactors at least. But yes, we'll go and have a look at this place. Now that you've cleared it out, maybe with a more detailed approach, we'll find something to tell us where that dragon went with it, or what it was doing with it.
Did they ever tell us who their benefactors were?
They said they didn't
I
know.
remember. Oh, they didn't know. Right. It's been 3 weeks.
Mm-hmm. Well then, you're welcome to
Right,
stay
yeah.
here. We're going to pack up and head on towards that layer you spoke of.
Yes.
I don't personally want to stay anywhere near this place after what we just went through.
You are very tired, though.
We need to rest.
Just one night. Well, sounds like a plan. We're around friends. We're all friends, and tomorrow we can all head off down up the river of hell.
Hey, speaking of which, yes, if you follow that way and keep going for a bit, it will get very near the surface. There's actually a old cemetery up that way, probably where there's many souls are coming from. Or, well, one branch of the estuary of the souls, at the very least. You find some tombs underground and something like that, probably find a way up.
Oh, worth a try.
But yes, let's get going, man. Let's find whatever we can while the Although, why the ice is still fresh. And the dwarves head on towards the lair of the dragon. None the wiser, at least for the moment.
Oh goodness. Oh.
Yeah, I'm sure when they see those ice trolls, the tune's gonna change very quickly.
Well, I told him that you had burned them, Cal. So
Yes, but they're filled with giant claw marks too.
oh
I'm sure we.
well, it
I'm
takes a
sure
while
it's fine.
to
Yeah.
travel. Let's have a short rest and get out of here swiftly.
We need a full rest. What are you talking about? I'm
Well,
tired.
a full rest, but swift.
Mm-hmm. No such thing as a short rest. Or a long
Short
rest,
full
really.
rest.
It's just a rest.
Well, a short
But-
rest is unofficially the 10 minutes you take
Well,
for
yeah.
the abilities.
Pretty much, yeah. But, for the purposes of it, you guys do take a rest, and also give yourselves 80 experience points for successfully deceiving the dwarves and not getting into a fight with them. If they heard that, or if they found something, they would defend their clan's honor. They would go after you. You
Yeah,
surmise.
This is gonna bite us later. Yeah.
We're making
This-
plenty of
no,
enemies.
Look, I'd rather face dwarves than a dragon. So
Yes, I agree. That dragon would have toasted us or turned us into ice cubes.
or both. Toast the ice cubes.
So, anything you guys do before taking a rest?
Not particularly.
Cal's gonna look around for like any sort of magnetic stones that might be around here, if there are any.
Well, roll perception.
Isn't the Entropite chunk itself magnetic?
Yes, that's how you detect it.
Wait, don't we have a chunk of that?
Yeah.
You do,
Looks
yes.
away.
But you don't
Yeah,
find anything magnetic that would sort of mesh with the tablet.
Oh shoot, we should keep that ore away from our hard drives.
Starnberg, what are you planning to do with that? I saw you tuck it into your pocket.
Hold on to it, since it is quite heavy.
What if it starts getting hot or
I've-
cold?
I've wrapped it up in several layers of, well, linen, I'll be honest, but it's wrapped safe and tight. It won't do anything.
I think you should put it in the bag. We just got this lovely bag that has a lot of space in it.
I would rather not. I would still put those old paintings I picked up in, though.
I'm
Why
kind
are
of curious. What happens if you put a lit torch in this bag?
Don't.
I
Starnberg,
mean, like if you put the Entropite in and it gets hot, it could like catch fire. You know, if it's not fireproof from the inside.
Starnberg, if you run off and disappear at that, I will hunt you down.
Oh no, I fully expect you to do that, so therefore I won't do that.
I'm
It would
glad
be-
that's the reason why.
I am very much bound by our agreement, aren't I? And, well, you still more or less owe me a favor as well.
We owe you a favor?
Well, Cal does.
I already gave you the blood.
Yes. I'm still gonna, you know.
That was the agreement.
Fair enough.
Alright. So, as you guys arise in the morning and do that discussion there, you awaken well rested, no sign of the dwarves.
No sign of the dwarves that went off toward the dragon cave.
And the dragon was leaving, so
We should
Yeah, it'll
probably
be
just-
fine. We're all friends.
We should probably just go.
what's the
Alright.
chances that he's still there and the dwarves actually take him down? Very minimal, I would say.
I have no idea.
The dragon killed 3 ice trolls by itself.
Probably killed a heck of a
Yeah.
lot more than that too.
It's killed other adventurers. I don't think they could.
I'm sure those dwarves are sane enough not to tussle with any dragons.
Just out of curiosity, once we get out of here, what is our goal? How are we gonna figure out the cause of this curse? Do we have any leads to go on whatsoever?
The tree,
We
the
still
cone
have,
thing.
yeah, the pine cone from Force's place.
Yeah, the cone.
The cone.
Well, let's not
Yeah.
worry about that. We still got a long ways to go. Let's get going, everybody.
You have no idea, do you?
Aeon, how long did it take us to go between the dragon lair and this dwarf fortress?
About an hour or two. Not particularly long.
Yeah, let's just go.
We did clear out most of the threats. They're probably just exploring thoroughly.
That's one possibility,
What's the other possibility?
that there are no dwarfs.
Didn't the dragon say he was leaving?
Yeah, but anyway, wash our hands of it. Let's go.
Alright. So, you guys are heading directly in that direction, towards the Hellbound Fisher first, of course?
I believe that was the only way to go.
Yeah.
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 Well, I was wondering if you were going back to Lyzak. You had mentioned something of the sort.
We had
Absolutely
mentioned, but it looks like it was a 1-against-4 vote.
Outvoted.
What would the purpose of it be? We don't even know anything about this metal ourselves yet. Leaving it in their hands would be a mistake.
The purpose of it would be for them to study it and find their own uses for it.
It's kind of bad to do that in a village, don't you think, Il? You get very hot very quickly, and Flysack doesn't look very fireproof.
So here's the issue with that, Rest. Now that I just thought about it more. Once the dwarves find nothing, where do you think they're gonna go next?
I don't know.
We told them where our village was.
Oh yeah. But anyway, we all agreed that, well, the team agreed that, you know.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm
we
sure it'll be
agreed.
fine.
There was that path up here to the north.
Are there any spooky, angry creatures here this time?
No Keko demons, or daemons, rather.
Any cyber demons?
Yes, a few.
Maybe. But you have to get
Are
to the
these
other side of the
rope
fissure once
ideas?
again.
Are our ropes and stuff that we hooked up still here?
If you left them.
I think we did, didn't we?
Yeah,
I
we
think
like
so.
have to tie off our rope on both sides of the ravine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, since you have ropes, easy enough to cross. Back over to the other side.
I assume the dwarves probably used them to get over here.
Maybe. But, with that being said, you guys continue your journey. And it is a few hours continuing in this direction. It was a couple of hours to the Hellbound Fissure too. You're getting pretty tired, but eventually, as you follow this fissure, it sort of gets smaller and smaller until it just disappears under the rock. Who knows where, and you don't really know the mechanics of it, but you assume little threads of it are still going here and there in the rock. And you find that the rock around you has gotten less dark stone and more like bright or more surface-like stone, more earthy tones and such, before even you see a little bit of dirt here and there. And then, something slightly recognizable to Starnberg and Sforz, but sort of creepy to the rest of you, these roots of trees start peeking out of the rock here and there. You get
Why
very,
does-
very close to the
Why do
surface.
the rocks have veins?
Move you to a new map, once again. Which was here the whole time, but you didn't really go this direction.
Oh boy.
Not to Starnberg, Sforz, and Tresser. And change the music.
Wait, are these root fruits?
Yeah, they are roots. They are roots of trees, it seems. You've gotten closer and closer.
What kind of stalks are these?
Why do the walls have veins, Sophers?
Haven't you ever heard of mycelium? That's a thing,
These
right?
aren't
Where we have-
mycelium.
They're basically mycelium.
These sort of branches or branching paths through the sort of dirt and stone here. One leads north, and you can hear sort of the trickle of something to the north.
Wait, is that water?
Rask certainly can identify such.
Oh, well, what are you waiting for?
I kind of rush into that, not like super full speed, but kind of
course.
excitedly.
As you enter this small little grotto here, a little wet here and there, there's mud spots next to this little pool, in fact. But the most interesting part is that where the water is coming from, there's a beam of light.
Someone have a fire? Is there an ember shroud?
Oh my goodness.
Ah, it's light.
Where's
I
that
just-
coming from?
Above,
Looks like
basically.
Hello? Someone out there holding a really big torch?
Looks like sunlight to me.
What light?
Sunlight. From the sun. From the big ember shroud on the surface.
Is that above the water?
Yeah, probably.
I'm asking, is the light that we see above the water or seen inside the water? Or...
It's sort of above the water. It's a very small hole that both the water and the sunlight is coming through, but it's not completely covered by the water, no. But if you look through it, roll me a fortitude save.
Okay, yeah, I'm doing it. It's very in character.
It's incredibly bright, and you are blinded for a moment with the afterimage of just pure light in your eyes.
Oh!
More than you've ever encountered before.
I clutch my hand over my eyes.
And you jump in the water?
Oh, yeah. It's a comfort thing.
Rask, are you okay?
I'm fine. Just my eyes hurt.
Word of advice: don't stare at the sun.
Hey, if it hurt your brother that bad, you should check it out too.
Wait, what are we checking out?
The sun. Through the hole.
Cal looks.
Roll a fortitude save. You're not as burned. There's still the afterimage in your eyes, but it doesn't hurt as much.
Sorbix looks very curiously as Cal steps into the sun, as of checking for any sort of interesting reactions.
Well, Cal, how do you react?
He shields his face and steps back. That's a little too bright for me. He doesn't jump into the water like Rask. Ugh.
Trisha, you wanna go?
Wait, you deal with that all the time up there?
I'll
Only
Okay.
half the time.
Only half the time. We don't tend to stare directly at it.
Ah! Oh, it burns.
You die.
You
It burns.
you're
I was
blinded for
hoping
a
I'd roll
minute
low.
before
Oh
you
my
can blink
goodness.
it out.
Nice.
Oh, oh, the pain.
There's certainly worse things to be happening from staring into the sun.
Eyes.
But you guys also realize, after journeying all that way, you are very tired again. This looks as good a spot as any to rest.
Are you gonna rest during the day though?
What do you mean?
You're on your own schedule.
We can take it easy here. We walked a long ways. Besides, I want to see Tresser look at the lights some more.
It's gotta be bad for our sleep schedule if we sleep during when the ember shroud is bright and are awake when it's dark.
The cycle was actually just opposite. It was you woke at night and you were asleep during the day.
Or we just over the course of 2 days like flipped our sleep schedule because we had no ember shroud.
It's a little weird. I mean, adventure sleep times are always weird.
Well,
But you
I'm
also get very tired after adventuring, so it's easy to go to sleep at any time because you're fucking damn tired.
do you want to demonetized.
Yeah, well, no, it's way too late in it. It only like detects the first 15 minutes, as far as I've heard recently.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because they're not gonna put their servers to scanning 3-hour videos. They'll just scan the first 15 minutes and see if they're potty mouth or not.
Yeah. We can
Oh,
curse
so
as much
we can
as we
just
want.
like cuss a ton after the 15-minute
Yeah.
mark.
Yeah,
We probably
basically,
shouldn't,
I guess.
though.
I mean,
Yeah,
well,
it'd be funny
after
though.
the
Just
No,
a habit.
it's
Okay, guys, it's been 20 minutes. You can let out your cusses now.
it's honestly fine. I don't make any money, basically any money off the ad revenue anyway. The only annoying thing is that they still run ads even if they demonetize you. It's so
Yeah.
scummy. But anyway, and with that, I think this is a good time to stop, though, as you guys are taking your rest in this grotto, acclimating a little bit to that sunlight that's sort of peering in here. Your first glimpse at it, but you still have to make your way up towards it. Who knows what these little root warrens have in store for you? The journey to the surface is nearing its end.
Kill some spiders real quick though, so that we can level up next over the course of the week to the next session.
Some spiders.
Hmm.
But we'll have to see next time. So yeah, all of you joining us, hope you had a good time. Thank you for watching. We'll be here every week, hopefully. Maybe not December 6th or 7th, whenever it is when MFF is, because I'm going to MFF, so I won't be that weekend. But Thanksgiving weekend I should be able to do. I'll be jet lagged, but that'll be fine. But yeah, every weekend, 6:30 p.m. CST, we'll be running the game. And all of these maps, including this one as well, and the Dwarven Outpost, and the Icy Lake, and the Frozen Manse, we got through a lot of them today, are all my maps. I create them myself. They're all up available on my Patreon, alongside of the Kingmaker maps, the 200 or so of those I made, that I'm almost finished with as well. But yeah, Chris, you stream as well.
You bet. Hi, everybody. I am Chris, also known as Captain Kobold, player of Rask, and I stream on Twitch on Tuesdays and Wednesdays at Captain Kobold. Tuesdays around 6 o'clock, I tend to do puzzle games like the Talos Principle 2. Wednesdays is a whatever day, and it's currently UFO 50. Come by sometime. We'll have a nice time. Nice chill time.
But yeah, with that, I'm gonna go get something to eat. Hope you guys had fun. See you guys later.
Oh, for sure.
Goodbye.
That's all for now.
Good one. Bye-bye.